So,
start recording.
welcome. The worlds of the Gilead System have stood for millennia as a beacon of imperial order, located in the Corwood region near the border of Segmentum Solar and Segmentum Obscurus. The numerous habitable planets and moons of the system were discovered by an Adaptus Mechanicus explorer fleet. Heretics and corrupted Astartes had infested the Halcyon system, and so the Imperium launched a war against the traitors to claim what was rightfully the Emperor's territory. This war is recorded in Imperial archives as the Gilead Crusade, so named for the heroic leader of the Imperial forces, Saint Juliana Gilead. The Crusade expanded to worlds far beyond the Gilead system, but the first victories against the heretic legions began here. Juliana Gilead was supported by the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, and the Adeptus Astartes. The Departamento Munitorum sent countless Astra Militarum regiments, while the Imperial Navy dispatched 2 full battle fleets. But most impressive was the almost complete deployment of the Absolvers chapter of Adeptus Astartes, led by Chapter Master Tigranus Dalir, the Emperor's archangel. Until the dawn of the Dark Imperium, these worlds thrived and prospered. The Gilead system was considered one of the greatest successes of its sector, a gleaming example of the Imperium's majesty and righteousness. However, the Noctus Aeterna, the darkness that obscured the light of the Astronomican's beacon, isolated the system, rendering Gilead's previous glories meaningless and wreathing the region in warp storms of the Great Rift. With no communication, transportation, or backup, the Emperor's light no longer shines on the worlds of Gilead, and has not for 3 grim years. Many wonder if it will ever return. Now, where you all come in. The tides of the Great Rift shifted and roiled, forming what seemed at first to be a stable corridor that might offer passage to Imperium Sanctus from Gilead. However, this appearance was an Imperium mirage, luring dozens of vessels to their doom as they broke apart or were lost forever upon the warp shoals. Only after many attempts had failed and all hope seemed lost was the promise of this dangerous journey fulfilled. Rogue trader Jackal Veronius and his fleet did the impossible. By some navigational miracle, they found a route through the Great Rift. They dubbed the channel of seemingly safe passage through the warp storm the Straits of Andrastri, named after Veronius's forward scout frigate. And this is the man himself, Jackal Veronius, who a few of you will know fairly well. So, that's the settings. That's the system settings, to give you an idea of what's happened in the background and what's led up to all of you arriving in the system. I'm now going to pull you to our first scene. And I hope it works.
I can see.
Hey, we're in.
You're in?
I'm in.
Amazing. So, it is dark, aside from the small glow of a red light above you. You are strapped into the seats of an Arvus Lighter space shuttle. Aside from the pilot servitor, you are the only 3 aboard this vessel. You each hold a data slate, its eerie green glow illuminating your faces. On it are the instructions from your respective factions. Each instructing you to make contact with Commissar Sephanov once aboard the space station Crown of Blades. Outside the viewport, you can see a lush green world ringed by a mechanical defense fortress, the aforementioned Crown. And I have a picture. I want to show everyone.
Ooh.
Cool.
That is the planet Ostia. And surrounding it is the Crown of Blades, or certainly the space station.
That's cool.
So, your shuttle is on a trajectory of the largest of these structures. A tiny noise crackles over the Vox. Approaching Crown of Blades docking port. 1 hour. I will now turn over to you three as you're sat in this dark shuttle with only the noise of its engines and the rustling to keep you company, and the people opposite you who you've not met before. What would you like to do?
Is the ship like shaking or anything like that? Are we like strapped in on a scale of like, if it is shaking, like 1 to 10? Like, would we be vibrating or anything like that?
You're not vibrating, you're in space, it's on a steady course for the Crown of Blades. There's no malfunctioning going on. It's for a Sister of Battle, this is a run-of-the-day average transportation.
Sister Argenta squints over at the potential space marine. Unfamiliar, she's heard tales of the angels of the Emperor.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Hang on. Sister
Go on.
Argenta, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, go on. So, Sister Argenta is 5'11", bleached white hair, bright blue eyes, very, very pale skin. Oh, I didn't actually. I had to keep in line with the game that we were going to set. I have a scar. You guys can pick where it is.
Ooh, I will then. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to flip a coin. And on a 1, it's James to pick. On 2, it's Simon. 2, Simon, you are allowed to pick the story of how this scar appeared. You can be as elaborate as you want.
Right, so obviously then I need to be aware of how the scar was obtained.
No, you tell us. So that's one of the rules. So Ed is allowed to pick to have a scar.
Right.
But in the rule set, if he picks to have a scar, somebody else has to decide how it happened. So it could. So Ed could say he has a massive like gouge across his face, like it's a huge scar. It looks really mangled or really cool. But then you might describe it as being he slipped over in the kitchen and cut himself with a kitchen knife. But he likes other people to think it was from combat. Like, it's totally up to you.
Got it. Okay. So does Ed in any way have in his mind what kind of scar this is, and then I figure out how it was created?
So it's a scar on, what is it, from on top of her lip down to her chin. So just about, I'd say, a centimetre above her lip, across the left-hand side towards the edge, down to her chin.
Okay.
Slice.
So this very much is a slice, close encounter. Not entirely sure what it could have been. The rumours are abound, perhaps during the stars, whisperings across within the galleys of the various flotilla ships on our way to the Gilead System. But what many people don't necessarily know is, I would imagine it was probably acquired through close encounters with Tyranids on a battlefield. Debris or a claw from a Tyranid, perhaps sort of lashing down towards her face, and she only just managed to sort of duck out of the way in time, but it split, of course, like split her mouth open quite bloodily. I never necessarily fully healed after that, but luckily there was perhaps a sister hospitaller nearby that could together quickly.
So she has said Scar. She's about 30 years old, so like in the life of the Emperor, pretty old. She spent most of it as a hospitaller. Relatively recently, the last 5-8 years, she's been a Sister of Battle. And then fully decked out, black fuck's sake, how do you pronounce it? Sororiatus. Black armor, but with
channel your inner Latin.
Yes, Sororiatus, black armor. So basically a more female, slighter version of power armor, much smaller than power armor, like not even the same scale at all. 5 foot. What was it?
You said 5'9" or something?
Yeah.
5'11"? One of those two?
5'11". So
5'11".
5'11". She's a tall lass. Slender, not jacked built, but because she's probably not been able to have such a diet or the augments or the gene seed to have such large muscles. But she's very sort of defined in her musculature that she does have. And then within her black armor, you see bits of red. So on her arms, there's like a bit of red material, and underneath her cloak, it's all dark red as well. In the standard colours, if you were to recognise, of the, what is it, Sisters of Battle of the Order of the Our Martyred Lady.
Nice, very nice. So, you two see this very impressive woman before you. Ed, Argenta, what was it you were going to say?
I'm assuming because the Gilead System's been locked off, I wouldn't put this as a role. She wouldn't know who the Absolvers are.
Let's have a test.
Ooh, first roll of the game.
Because the Absolvers were there before. They were there before the Gilead System went into the Great Rift, or was cut off by the Great Rift. And it is possible to read about them. So they're not wholly isolated, and they weren't created in a vacuum. So if you give me a scholar roll, but the DN's only going to be a 2. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Look at that. Success on a 3. So, 100%, you will have known of the Absolvers. You know that they're a well thought of chapter. And that... Ooh. With a complication. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, you would know that they are a well thought of chapter. That in the textbooks they are known for being very by the book. But you often get them confused with another chapter, the White Scars, because of the colour of the colours are quite similar. So you can often get those two mixed up.
Okay. Excuse me, Angel of the Emperor. I'm sorry, I see your markings, and I tend to get them quite confused. Are you a Absolver or a White Scar?
Looking down up from my data pad, I slowly look across towards me to you. You see these green emerald eyes look back at you quite bright. And he goes, I am Brother Gerhart, chapter of the Absolvers.
Oh, splendid. Quick question. I would like to do a check to see if I remember. Were the Absolvers in the Battle of Armageddon? I assume a lot of the Blood Angels chapters were.
Getting the tough ones out of the way at the start.
But she'd know
do
though.
me a test again.
Okay.
If you do me a test again, DN's going to be 3 this time. That's a fail. That's a critical fail. So,
Oh no.
you
Heresy.
cast your memory back to try and think about the books, the information that you've read about Armageddon. And you can't quite picture it. In fact, you're not even certain that the Absolvers were founded before Armageddon. In fact, you almost definitely believe that they weren't around at Armageddon.
Well, child of the Emperor, I understand your chapter weren't founded till after the Battle of Armageddon, but my sisters fought alongside your Blood Angel sires, so it's a pleasure to meet one of your kind, and hopefully your chapter can fulfill their promise of which their gene sire has.
Ed, just so you're aware, although yes, you are correct as Ed, it is not common knowledge that their gene sire is sanguineous.
Oh, I thought knew they were Blood Angels.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Not amongst us peons.
No, okay. Oh, well. Are you a successor chapter, or are you a foundling of your own? I have no idea how many of these potential Primarchs are still around wandering the galaxy in aid of the Emperor, or how many still exist.
Do I know this, Tom?
You'd know that you were a second founding chapter.
Kind of squint my eyes for a moment. What is it called? Second founding chapter? We are a second founding chapter. Based here in Gilead System. Why do you ask?
It's always strange to see one of your kind. It usually entails that something dreadful is usually afoot. The Space Marine chapters aren't usually around. There's something terrible going on.
I was hoping that our presence would inspire hope, but not despair.
Not despair from me. I appreciate the work of any of our angels in the service of the Emperor, but as a sister of battle, we very much have to throw ourselves into the thick of it as well, and usually when we're about, We're not exactly the sister hospitalers. We're not there to look after people. We're here to destroy heretics. And she kind of gives a side eye towards the Psyker to the left.
Psyker to the left.
Right.
Do you have anything to say?
Yes.
I would rather try and minimize cost to life, if so possible. Especially those who do not bear arms.
I always believe anything is worth sacrificing in the name of the Emperor, but not so needlessly. Some are probably more worthy of sacrifice than others, though.
Do I do my character intro, or is that coming later? Because I never introed him.
I thought, well, to be fair, I wasn't expecting Ed to do like a full,
Sorry.
Oh, right, the
a
breakdown.
full background.
Cool.
I thought that would come out more organically as you guys all spoke and
Yeah.
got to know each other. But
Okay.
if you
Oh, I'm
want, if
happy
you
to-
want to do a Gerhart sort of who am I, give us a bit of flavour for the players, absolutely go ahead.
I'll say just not so much a who am I, you'll learn that one, but more of as you look across from you, you see quite a large man. He's 7'4", so he's very large in his chair. Wearing kind of like plated scout armor that is coloured red and white, with a red chalice on the chest, with a kind of emblazoned with wings inside that red chalice. He kind of has a little bit of like a smaller red, not like a cape, but like a small cloak that kind of goes down to the middle of his back. And he has long blonde hair that kind of touches the shoulder pads of his holders of his scout armor, and he has very stark, almost like crystalline green eyes. And he's very, very, the way he looks very handsome, or like a very chiseled looking individual. The Psyker just disappeared. And you see a chainsword at his hip and a bolter pistol at the other side of his hip.
Brilliant, thank you.
And I'm also now looking across the person sitting across from me as the battle sister of battle kept on like side-eyeing him.
So, the smallest, most diminutive person in the room is in fact the legal heretic, the Sanctioned Psyker, by the simple name of Poul. He stands a mighty 5'5", but bears the sign of age and rigorous, disciplined training. He's in his 50s, but still holds some rugged appearance. Embedded into much of his, a lot of his skin and scalp and skull is circuitry and technology designed to both contain but also focus his heretical powers. He's wearing otherwise a simple leather trench coat, more bits and bobs and gizmos connected up between all the various things that sort of just keep him in check. Holding aloft with one hand is his force stave, but he's also got holstered in a leather holster a las pistol. He's got greying platinum hair, greyish hair, bit of a light stubble, but is kind of otherwise sat back in his chair, not necessarily speaking unless spoken to, occasionally returning the glances back to the Sister of Battle. He's heard it all before. He's used to it. He's seen all of this rhetoric. And he will take the opportunity to reply at the last little jab, I think, from the Sister of Battle. I think she said, unlike so many that should be sacrificed, something along those
Well,
lines.
some sacrifices are more worthy than others.
Yes, he'll probably just simply state, and many are, daily, by the thousands. To make sure everything within the Imperium functions. And then he just sits back, clamps his mouth shut.
Drops that microphone.
Yeah.
I look across as you say that, and with a wry smile, I kind of go, Psyker. Sanctioned, of course.
And
I have no issue with you. We all have our uncontrollable side from time to time. Things that must be kept in check. You have no issue from me.
he'll give you a slow nod. And sort of like taps his forestave just briefly onto the ground. Just like tap alongside the nod. Then we know something of sacrifice.
Aye.
And if anyone can't be kept in check, she taps her bolter. Holy fire of the Emperor will make sure that it shall be. What brings one of such as you to the Crown of Blades?
Necessity. Orders. Need.
Inquisition?
Unknown.
Angel, what brings you to this part of the galaxy? To the system?
Orders. I must find someone on the Crown of Blades. There is instability. And stability must be brought forth. What brings you, Sister of Battle?
I'm here to meet the Commissar, and then orders will follow.
It would seem that you and I have the same destination. Interesting.
A sister, a psyker, and an angel. It sounds like the beginning of a joke.
Which one comes out on top?
The Emperor.
Always.
You can have a wrath die for that.
Me?
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
100%. Very, very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, apparently Ostia is seeming quite precarious. I'm not from this system, though, so I don't know exactly everything that's going on. I'm just hearing that apparently, as per usual, the Mechanicums seems to be as zealous in their pursuits as ever.
The system is a home of mine, born and bred. It has always been a hotbed, tightly strained, like armor that does not fit quite right, chafing at the skin.
What did the people make of the arrival of the flotilla? Isolated for so long, and now outsiders come in.
Tom, I don't know.
I was gonna say, I'm happy to give you that information. Gerhart, as a native to the Gilead system, you would know that the arriving of the Varanus flotilla was met with both joy and hatred. The general population saw it as almost like the coming of the Emperor, the saving of their system. No longer are they locked off away from the light of the Emperor, but a lot more of the more
Liberal?
Not liberal, the more devious is the wrong word. It's kind of like a step before devious, but the kind of the more candid, maybe, I don't know. Very intelligent, but had their own things to do in the system. Saw it as here's another person come to interfere in our plans. Here's somebody else. Here's somebody who's trying to take over when the Gilead system was doing fine without him.
Yeah.
So you'd know it was a very much a mixed feeling. But the general population were happy.
Those who do not have much, and those without power, saw the flotilla as a beacon of light, of hope, that would be connected again with the greater empire. Those with power see it more as a thorn in their side, or something to get in the way of what they already have. It is divided. For some it brings hope, in others it brings fear. Fear of change.
Smells like heresy. Not for those embracing it with open arms, but those who resist. One wonders what they're hiding.
Something I endeavor to find out. By looking at the thing you gave me.
The data slate.
The data slate.
Data slate.
Regardless, restoring food supplies in the supply chain will help bring peace to the sector. As said earlier, tensions are high enough. Throw starvation into the mix, and you've got a frag grenade with the pin pulled.
What could possibly, in a single system, fortunate enough to have an agri-world, be restricting the flow of resource?
This is a good question.
Agri-worlds feed several systems. There should be more than enough going around.
There should be. But there isn't. And I'm here to find out and restore that link. I'm assuming I don't know why.
No. So you would know, obviously, what's on your data slate, funnily enough. And the campaign is very much about you discovering what is happening in Ostia.
Makes sense.
So I'm not going to let you roll for it. Well, you can roll for it, but it's going to be a DN16 or something.
Nah, that's fine. Yeah. I don't currently know, but hence my arrival. Find the source, cut it off, and allow trade routes to go unfettered.
What are the names for the Emperor?
For the Emperor.
Succeed.
For the Emperor.
But what brings you here, Master Psyker? I didn't quite catch your name.
My name is unimportant, but if you would wish to put a name to a vessel, that would be Poul.
All it is. Then what brings you here, Paul? You know, my reasoning. What is yours?
I have simply been told to report to Commissar Helza Sephanov. I have been given a new posting, and I will be serving it. More than that, I do not know.
And who sent you?
Colonel Krast Bilnusa.
I'm assuming I don't know who that is.
No, you wouldn't know.
No.
Kinda nod. Very well.
Actually, that's unfair.
I will
let you roll for that, James, if you want. It'll be a DN6.
Mm-hmm.
DN6 Scholar.
Oh. Alright, so all I have to do is get 3 6s. Let's go.
Go for it.
Come on! The way you were rolling.
Pretty
Close.
The way you were rolling the other day, that was entirely possible.
I know. That's why I was like, I shouldn't just shoot him down straight away. Like, give him the opportunity to know. But no. You cast your memory back. You think of all the different Astra Militarums you've met over the years. That name doesn't ring a bell. Cool. Right. I will give you one more opportunity if there's anything else you want to say to each other or do. That's fine.
I'm good.
She's just looking cautiously over at the Psyker. Hand on her bolter.
He just kind of gives like a 2-fingered salute.
Sure.
My eyes are flicking back in between both of them,
Like Paul is leant back in his seat, one hand holding the Psyker staff, and the other one is just kind of like resting on his lap, and he's got like one foot resting on his on the other knee, just kind of like with an open sort of lap in front. He's kind of like overall reasonably relaxed in this situation.
Nice.
There's a doctor.
Yes. No. Argenta is bolt right in her chair.
Stick up ass.
Yeah. One hand on the bolter
Nice.
to her.
So, time passes. The gentle hissing of air from the exhausts as a nice cacophony to break up the utter emptiness that is space. And after after a while, you hear that tinny noise once again coming over the Vox. Approaching crowd of blades. Prepare for docking. And slowly at first, the hissing gets louder as the space shuttle moves until you feel the impact as you dock. A green light appears over the door as the pressurized seals release and the door is opened to you.
Stand up.
Yep.
Start walking towards the door.
After you, Psyker.
I could not possibly. My batters go first.
Oops.
Right. You all exit the shuttle?
Nothing else to do?
Wunderbar. So, you leave the shuttle and you enter the Crown of Blades. And this is the kind of scene that befalls you. Fairly clean and tidy. A bit cramped, certainly for one person in particular, but you don't have to
I wonder who that could be.
You don't have to stoop. Up and down the corridor you can hear the clink of military boots as members of the guard are walking to and fro, doing their work. You see some menials, some savants, cleaning, tidying, mopping, generally trying to keep the place as clean and tidy as possible. But you do get the overall feel that although this space station is clean, it is old, and it hasn't seen much in the way of repairs or maintenance in quite a while. As the hiss of the pressurized doors open and you step out onto the space station, a few of the guard who are passing by stop and look at you, quite surprised by the sight that befalls them, and almost amazed at being in front of some of the most powerful people in the setting.
Who's looking at us through, right?
So again? Oh yeah, they're looking at you through. It's literally like a priest, a rabbi, and a
It really is.
gone to a spaceship. It's this is wholly unique for them. They would have never seen this in their lives.
She walks past and just gives them a curt nod. The Emperor protects, and then walks right past them.
The sign of the Aquila. Emperor protects you, milady. What are you doing on board the Crown of Blades?
To speak with your Commissar. Where is he?
The Commissar? Well, if it pleases you, the Commissar Sephanov, she's back that way. And he points towards a door the other side.
Well, are we not getting an escort?
The guard eyes up the bolter that's arguably bigger than his arm and says, "Of course, right this way, milady." And he comes over, and the pressurized doors open to you as well. And I don't know if there's light sources everywhere.
I guess we'll find out.
There you go.
I walk past them into the door and go, Emperor guide you.
And he takes a knee and sort of says, "One of the Lord's angels spoke to me," as he turns and says, "He spoke to me."
It's like being a celebrity.
Visibly, like, just sweating with jealousy.
Okay.
Sweating with jealousy.
Sweating with jealousy. As you approach the next door, Gerhart,
Which
once
rapidly
again,
turns into fear as I walk past.
say again.
Which rapidly turns into sweat and fear as I walk past.
Yeah. There's a lot of cast down eyes, averted gazes, as you three pass by. The tinny voice comes over and says, "What do you want?"
I am here to speak with Commissar Sephanov. It is Brother Gerhart.
Yes, right. Come through. As you hear the locking mechanism clunk open, and the door is open to you. Inside, you see, once again, a spacious room, clearly what would be known as a bridge, or the bridge of the Crown of Thorns. Guardsmen are bustling about, doing their duties. There are servo skulls flitting about your heads, performing menial tasks, operating computers on the sides of the room. There's a tactical display in the centre and an orbital display on the far right hand side, which shows Ostia as a globe, as the guardsmen are sweeping across, pointing at red marks, yellow marks, visibly going through tactical choices. Straight ahead of you, across from the tactical table, you see Commissar Sephanov.
There might be a wall in front of this door, because I can't walk past it nor see through it.
There is a wall?
There might be a wall.
There we go, I can see.
Ah, there we go.
Is there a wall in front of you? So there is. That's annoying. Quick. Do that. Fixed. And straight ahead of you, you see Commissar Sephanov, who looks like this. The first thing you would notice about the Commissar is she is short. She stands but 5'1".
Oh my god, someone shorter than me.
She's 5'1". She is rather old for a Commissar, and you would all know that rejuvenate treatments would be available to someone of such a high position. So for this woman to look as old as she does, you would clearly hazard that she is over 2 centuries old. She's leaning over the tactical display, speaking with one of the sergeants of the guard as you enter the room. And she says, "Ah, finally! You're here! Brilliant! We can start. What took you so long?" Addressing the three of you.
Space travel, Mom.
Well, you must be the delegates I sent for. Gentlemen, thank you for accepting my summons. Welcome. Welcome to the Crown of Blades. I am Sephanov, or Commissar, or Ma'am, or whatever the hell you want, as long as we get the job done. These, the Gilead Gravediggers, are my regiment. I have the honour of looking after, and as she says honour, she kind of eyes up the men who, at her gaze, all start looking more busy. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering why you're here.
Yes, Hauser. I have been sent here from Argenta. You have my orders.
Well,
As have I from the Canoness, and then she pulls out her symbol of authority to just, what is it, the little pin that she's been given.
Well, I must profess my surprise. I sent out those summons to all the factions. I wasn't expecting one response, let alone 3. But this is advantageous. This will help us. I am glad, and that is not something that happens very often around here. Well, as you know, we on the Crown of Blades have one job. And what is that job, gentlemen? Yes, to protect Ostia. Ostia is the breadbasket of Gilead. Should we fail, then every soul of every man, woman, and child in the sector will be forfeit, either by famine or the riots and cannibalism that would follow. And that will not do. I will not have heretical behaviour under my watch. Do you hear me? Now,
Understood.
which of our foul enemies is causing this upset, A
Oh, there are
cultist
many.
uprising, maybe? Perhaps a demonic host? What about those sneaky Aldari? No,
She spits on the floor.
quite. You see, I would rather it be one of those. It makes it simple. Gives me something to kill, shoot at. An Aldari, though formidable, will die. No. It is the bickering of foolish men trying to profit here from the suffering of others, and at that she slams a fist on the table. Men. It's always men.
Sounds like heresy, my lady.
Quite. If I could
What
have
would you have us do? These men.
Well, that is a good question, Brother Gerhart. And one that does not have an easy answer. You see, Ostia has always been a seat of power for the ecclesiarchy. Now, don't get me wrong. The sermons of the ecclesiarchy have soothed my soul more than once. But I fear they might be going too far. The farmers toil away at their labours, worshipping the Lord of Dawn. Why they put up with that, it should be the Emperor. But we put up with these customs, don't we? Well, someone invited our dear allies at the Adeptus Mechanicus to the party. Now one side of the coin increases productivity through devotion, and the other through cold, hard binary code. The Mechanicum have done an excellent job at improving some of the workforce mind, but it seems that the friends and families of these newly improved labourers preferred their loved ones with their frontal cortexes intact.
I approve of a sacrifice in the name of the Emperor as any battle sister would. But that seems a waste, to not even get the chance to die for the Emperor before being turned into a servitor.
Yes, quite.
Speaks ill of the Imperial truth.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are creating slaves with this technology. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, as is their right to create the servitors, but the problem is that they're apparently taking the healthy, the fit. They're taking their mission too far.
Not even criminals.
Well, of course, they've taken the criminals, they've taken the lame, they've taken the elderly. That's all par for the course.
That is to be expected.
Of course.
But are you saying there is more than that?
Well, yes. There's been reports of them taking people in the night. Healthy, fit, young men and women. Strong backs, praising the Lord of Dawn. Taking them off
Spits
to
on the floor.
Yeah. Taking them off to the complex and coming back as servitors. Now, mind, once they become their servitors, they are very efficient. Very good at their jobs, these servitors. They have good discipline. I might need the Adeptus Mechanicus soon. Once again, looking around the bridge. But I fear they have taken it too far. We are on the brink of another rebellion. Sure, I can shoot a void ship out of the stars, kind of gesturing towards these huge cannons and the orbital array on the Crown of Blades. But I can't appease the masses. The fields are going empty across Ostia. Servitors who would be harvesting crops are being vandalized en masse. People are disappearing from their homes, and each side blames the other. I will not have it.
Are the Mechanicus working in good faith? Or have they been asked to stop such predatory reasonings? Have they been told to stop? Or are they doing this without the behest of orders?
Well, I'm sure you would understand, Gerhart, but when the Mechanicus are questioned, they claim ignorance, they claim innocence. They say, no, of course we don't take them during the night. We take the lame, we take the sick, we take the weak, we make them better, we send them back into the fields. So, they're claiming they're not doing anything wrong, but if it's not them, then who is it?
Who else possesses?
No, you go.
No. Paul would not wish to speak over Anastastes.
I guess I'd say, in all the time the Mechanicus have been here, have they ever done something like this? This seems unusual. They say it is not them. Do you believe there's any slither of truth to this?
There's one thing I will say for the Mechanicus. Like a data slate. You press a button, the data slate does it. It doesn't lie to you. It doesn't come back and give you falsities. It does its working in the background, and you get your result. There are plenty of bad Mechanicus. There are plenty of evil in the world. You can get a bad machine spirit the same way you can get a bad human. But it is out of character for the Mechanicus. They have their sick, they have their weak. It seems curious that they should be taking more. What are they expecting to gain? Now, of course, you listen to the rumours. People are fed up of the ecclesiarchy running Ostia. The faction that holds Ostia holds the power. Without Ostia, there is no food. There is no water. The system will collapse. So, are the Mechanicus making a grab for power? It's not my position to dwell on such things. I'd round them up and put a bullet in their heads. But I don't have that authority.
Commissar, if I may. If I may be so bold to ask. But assuming the Mechanicus are honest, and all their work is above board, Do we know of any other factions in the system as competent as the Mechanicus?
An excellent question, Psyker. Ostia is a curious planet. It has been the breadbasket, the agri-world, for many years. The beasts of the forest have all been hunted out, driven away, killed. Most of the fauna is cattle. It's food for us. It is no death world. The fauna aren't going to eat you.
Lorna?
Yeah. Fauna and fauna?
Flora.
Flora. Fauna, the weird combination of animal and plant.
That is very 40k.
That is very 40k. So who else might it be? We had that disgusting cultist uprising not too long ago, but that was on Worlds Away. Where was that? I should remember.
Of any of the healthy that have been taken, been checked for any changes, something that Mechanicus would implant, proof that they have been tampered with by Mechanicus?
I have not personally inspected this. These are all claims that are being sent to me. Whether any of the abductees have survived or not, I do not know.
Well, there is one thing I do know for certain, ma'am. Anyone and anything is open to heresy. And it must be purged, whatever it may be. And everywhere there is a flock, there are those that can see the Imperial truth. They must be convinced and see the way of the Imperial truth, this ecclesiarchy, and the same must apply to these Mechanicum. Everyone must obey the Emperor.
Quite right.
First, we must find proof before we serve justice. Sister.
I will tell you this. The people of Ostia are God-fearing. Sister, you will feel right at home down there. These are not people of heresy. They fear and respect the God Emperor of mankind. But this cannot continue. To put it bluntly, we need to know who is doing it, why they are doing it, and what it will take for them to stop. Do you think you can do that?
That's why I've been sent here, Commissar Helzer. Yes.
Good. This will take discretion. A gentle hand. Ostia is not big enough for these egos. I need a team to get down there and get those fields toiled again. Find out who's upsetting our apple cart and remove them.
They will serve the Emperor, or they will feel the wrath of our bolters.
Good. Now, I have been instructed by the Circlet Council to keep them abreast of what is happening. As you know, they are some of the most powerful people in this sector. I will not fail them, and neither will you three. I will tell you this. There is a settlement on Ostia. It is the heart of the uprising, the riots, the complaining and whining, the mewing of children. It is called Ankara. Start there, and no doubt that will lead you to your path.
Spelling?
Just
Say again?
Spelling?
Ankara. A-N-C-R-A. Ankara.
okay.
Commissar, you... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, Tom, just to clarify, the complaining that she speaks is the people complaining that people are being taken.
Yeah. Essentially,
Not different complaints, basically.
the Commissar just wants shit to crack on.
Kendo.
Yeah.
That's it. She doesn't care.
Return to the status quo.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have any agents on the ground? Someone to liaise with? Will we be there alone?
I must admit, brother, my days of espionage are far behind me. I have these dogs to deal with. The guard will support you wherever possible. Any who don't will report directly to me and have a bullet in their heads. So there will be people you can talk to. But spies, moles, anything of that sort, no. I'm a commissar. I work in the open. I lead from the front. But when you get to Ankara, I would be surprised if your presence isn't quickly picked up. Although I do not deal in espionage, the Ministorum, the Ecclesiarchy, that is par the course for them. That is their day-to-day. So who knows who is listening in on this conversation?
Commissar,
Sister.
I understand they believe in the Emperor, but what is this Lord of Dawn you speak?
I know, it's disgusting. It is. It's the God Emperor. It's what they call him. The feeble minds of the citizens down there. The Ecclesiarchy has whipped them into a fever. It's something that held on from the darkness of night. They never let go. The Lord of Dawn is the Emperor, and the Emperor is the Lord of Dawn, as far as they are concerned. I would not have such heresy aboard this ship, but that is for the Ecclesiarchy's decision, and they have said it will fly.
Well, in Holy Terror's name, they will know the real name of the God Emperor, and they will know his will.
May your path be a swift one, sister, on your righteous path. So, are we all clear? Do you have any further questions for me?
Crystal, do what it takes. Restore order.
Excellent. I knew one of your caliber would understand this, and the severity of the situation. I cannot offer you much, but you are welcome to check the stores. As you know, the Gilead System is cut off, as we all are. So there is not much there. But you are welcome to it. You are doing me a good service, and I will respect in kind.
Quick question, God Emperor. Ammo, ammunition, things like that. Do we need to keep replenishing it? Should we, like we would with like arrows and stuff like that in D&D, would we like make sure we go to a requisition place and fill up on bolter ammo and stuff like that?
Sure, yeah, so in terms of combat rules, If you just shoot normally, you don't run out of ammo. If you roll a crit fail, and a certain crit fail, you can lose ammo, or you'll run out of ammunition. And if you do a salvo attack, that runs down your ammunition as well. But you should all start with 3 rounds of ammunition.
3 quantity of ammunition, yeah.
3 quantity of ammunition, 3 clips. And yeah, they'll get run down based on varying factors.
Can we pick up extra?
Yes, yeah.
Noted.
So it's Hollywood rules of ammo.
Yeah,
Essentially, it's almost infinite
until the plot line
on...
says it's not.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you want to ask that in character,
Yes. Well, Commissar, thank you for your generous offer. Holy bolters need to spread the word of the Emperor, so I shall be requisitioning some ammunition.
sister, I do not wish to disappoint you, but look around. You are not in front of the Adeptus Astartes. We are not a sister chapel, sisters of battle. We are guardsmen. They have lasguns. If you can find bolter ammo in our storerooms, Emperor be with you.
Seems to be fine. He says, tapping his las pistol.
No wonder you need us to sort out this problem with those little torchlights of yours. May the Emperor protect.
May the Emperor protect.
May the Emperor protect.
May the Emperor protect.
And the Commissar turns away and starts inspecting a display.
And then...
Unemployed then, I suppose. I reckon, even.
Suppose 3 heads are better than 1. If you two can get along long enough to not kill each other before you leave the room.
No bother to me.
I can keep myself in control. It's whether this one can. I will always make sure that I serve his Emperor. And then as she walks away, she peers over to the Imperial Guardsman and goes, "The Emperor also watches. Never forget."
Do me an intimidation roll, and I'm going to say it's a DN1.
How many dice have you got on intimidation? Only 3!
That's still a success. And with that, the guardsman is quaking in his boots. The flax armor is audibly rattling as he's barely holding himself up.
As the battle system, sorry, I can't remember your name. Argentina. Argenta says, as long as this one can keep control, Gerhart kind of is like looking in front of him and kind of looks like he's staring into space for a moment, and from those words you kind of see him go, kind of like deep in thought, and then turns on his heel and walks out.
Nice.
Paul would probably just say to the sister, and just say, "Control is what I am. It is my being."
She walks out completely ignoring him.
As you all start to leave, the Commissar, not even bothering to turn around, just goes, "Nobody asked, but the stores are on your right." And carries back on with the work.
So you might hear that.
Ed, did you open the door? Cool.
Yeah.
Ed has found the storeroom. Well done.
What? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you've gone miles past, James.
Come back.
Come back,
Come
James.
back! Come back!
This
Oh,
door.
to the right. Her
Yeah,
right.
right
Makes
as
sense.
Yeah.
you came out.
Our right as we head back down the corridor.
Cool. You enter a small, cramped storeroom. There are boxes piled high. It is like most things in this space station, dishevelled, unorganised, slightly rusty. There are cabinets racked with lasguns. There are boxes and boxes of unopened, unknowing contents. And propped up in the corner is a servitor, sat on its arse with a servo skull, performing some minor maintenance works on it as it is plying at the back of its head, its tendrils clicking away at the motherboard inbuilt into this poor servitor's skull. What would you like to do?
Services are neither poor nor deserving of it.
I would like to look around for a quick.
Sure.
Yes. Grenades.
Roll me investigation, and it will be just a flat D3, please.
Let's go. Come on.
Oh!
D3, well done. Right, so Gerhart, as you are looking around and trying to find stuff, you're opening boxes, you are uncovering various notepads, bits of paper, sort of office supply type things, nothing of use to you, and then you come across a dusty old... Nothing, apparently. Did that not work? Why did that not work?
A dusty old nothing.
A dusty old bag of nothing. Right, let me do this.
On the Emperor's name, I will find a use for this.
This nothing.
Why is that not... Okay.
It's not nothing. It's the love of the Emperor.
It's not letting me make an item pile for some reason. It was working fine before.
Out of character question, because I don't.
Let me just finish this, and then you can ask the question. Yeah. I'll just put it straight into your inventory. You do find another frag grenade, Gerhart. So you now have 2. Simon.
Okay, so my question is, how do people in 40k talk to like servo heads or servitors? Do they have a designation, or do they just say servo head and then ask a question or make a demand?
That's a good question. They wouldn't talk to them as if they were human. It'd be like the way you would talk to Siri, or
that's kind of what I was thinking. So would they just go servo head, or would they go head X25D?
No, you'd probably you'd walk up to it and say acknowledge, or get its attention in any way that you'd want to. So you could just you say report, acknowledge me, servo, anything. That what you said wouldn't matter.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so Poul then would just walk up to the servo head doing the maintenance work, and without calling it a name, I would just say, "Where are the las pistol magazines in this space?"
The servo head stops what it's doing and turns. As it turns its head, you can see the servo head. The jaw has been removed. Dangling out from inside the cranium are these electrical cables ending in various tools, Phillips screwdrivers, las cutters, miniature saws. and underneath it is a hot jet of plasma, which is obviously how it's managing to stay afloat. It does not respond.
Point to the location of the last pistol magazines.
It does not respond.
There are no last pistol magazines in this room. I have no reason to think that it would not answer truthfully in any ability that it had.
So I'll give you this for free. You would know that servo skulls are... Saying servo skull is a bit like saying cat.
Oh, okay.
There are thousands of different cats. And you would know that there are servo skulls that would have a Vox speaker inbuilt into where their mouth used to be that would allow them to speak. You know that there would be servo skulls that have specific augments on their eye that allow them to find things or to see certain things. You could investigate this servo skull to find out what this one does if you so wish.
Sure, why not? I haven't made a roll yet. I may as well do something.
So give me a tech roll, please.
Tech
I'm gonna
roll?
say DN2.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Do I need to type in the DN?
No, just do tech roll. Just roll a tech roll. It's fine. You can do whatever you want, really. That is
not a success.
Fail.
Never mind.
So you look at the servo skull. You know it's a servo skull, but with your limited knowledge of the inner workings of them, you can't quite figure out exactly which one this one is designated for.
Fair enough. Reasonable. I guess I glanced around to see if there's any kind of like ammunitions cabinet. Then, rather than having an inane conversation with effectively a cat.
Yeah. Investigation.
Which you probably wouldn't do.
Investigation DN3, please.
Alright. That's not going to be much better.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, so.
Oh no.
As you are searching through the various knickerbrack and boxes, completely focused on trying to find anything of use to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to roll a 1d5. 1d5, and that will tell me 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so your blanket that was in your backpack, I'm assuming, without realizing it, as you're bending over and searching into these big baskets and barrels, your blanket falls out and is no longer in your inventory.
Do I notice that it's fallen out?
I would allow everyone to do a...
Does it hit Argenta as it comes out?
Depends how close you are to him. But I would allow anyone to do a... What would it be? I'm going to say... Awareness. Yeah, that makes sense. Awareness, and it's a blanket, so don't be like a DN2. Oh, that's some rolls. So Argenta knows, Poul knows, and Gerhart knows. So everyone notices that as Poul is rummaging around, this blanket just kind of slides out of his backpack and thumps on the ground.
You said you could control yourself, Psyker. Pick up your belongings.
By the way,
Gerhart is going to bend down and grab it and go, "It fell out of your backpack." Yeah.
he wanted me, as that is. And he takes it humbly and starts packing it away more thoroughly into his backpack.
If we're going to travel together, we'll have to trust one another. The unit crumbles without trust. That's how people die.
Trust is earned, Angel.
that it is that you must extend some olive branch to show good faith, sister.
I've shown faith by not shooting him on the spot in the name of the God Emperor. May his will protect you, even you.
That would be illegal. I am sanctioned.
That would be heretical to do so, sister. It is a sanctioned Psyker.
By the will of the Emperor, I am allowed.
I'll give you a wrath die for that. Simon.
Oh, where do I put that? There, I see it. Got it. It's
I'd like...
Go for it.
I can't put a 3 in there. I can put 2?
I'd like to investigate for some corpse starch.
Oh.
I've put
Basic rations.
Yeah, no, I had numlock turned off.
Oh. Say again, Ed. Sorry.
I'd like to look for some corpse starch. Basic rations.
Yummy.
You're intentionally trying to be gross, aren't you? Right.
She's from a hive world. That's all she knows what to eat.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Give me an investigation. DN will be 2 because you're looking for specifically a fairly common thing. Oh, 2. Success.
Boom.
You search through some of the dusty, dilapidated boxes, and you do find some corpse starch. Which I will sort out for you.
Talk to one of the guardsmen here, or soldiers, whatever they are. And as I walk past, go, which way to off-world?
The Imperial Guard does this, what we call the sign of the Aquila, and bows low and says, "If it pleases you, angel ship, off-world. What do you mean?"
Maybe I got it wrong. We're on a space. We're on the massive ring. Get to Ostia.
Yep.
So you want to get on world?
Unworld. Wrong way around.
Well, I believe the Arvis lighter's still there, docking, waiting for you. You can tell the pilot wherever you want to go.
Thank you. It'll be all.
Very welcome, sir. Very welcome. Very, very kind of you. Very kind.
The amount of reverence
So much reverence.
that James is getting right now.
It's crazy.
But you've got to think like.
How tall is he?
7'1", isn't he?
7'4".
Yeah, he's a tall bugger. You got to think like, would you tell a policeman the same thing that you'd tell your best mate? Just because you revere someone doesn't mean that you will give them everything. You'll show them the utmost respect, but you'd probably be more. You'd be so cautious about saying heretical stuff. You'd be overly cautious, wouldn't you? So you'd hold your tongue.
Almost stifled, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas someone like Poul, who's more really compared to the Sister of Battle and the absolute monstrosity that is Gerhart, would fit in more closely with the general populace.
So he said this way, right?
I think back the way that we came, over here.
Now, Psyker, I don't know what the angel eats, but I know that our kind needs to. make sure you don't drop this. And then she passes him some corpse starch rations.
I don't know
I'm grateful.
if the interaction button's working like that, so I'll just drop some in your pack.
I can see a button that says request trade, but
I can't see it.
so it's you see on the bottom left corner of the screen player names, our player names.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
I've dropped it in your backpack for now.
Thank you.
But yeah, we can try it.
Corpse starch.
Yummy.
The Hive World's finest.
It's basically like this world's spam.
Made of dead people.
Yeah. You wanted me, sister. He would say, formally. Then he would just tuck it away in his backpack, get back into the shuttle, take his seat, relax into it.
Bolt upright once more.
And then he'd probably go, Pilot, take us down to Accra.
Affirmative. As you hear those pressurized doors locking again, the sudden jolt as the locking mechanism is released, and you begin floating freely in space before the engines turn on, and you jettison your way down to Ostia. Right.
You're doing great, by the way, Tom.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me just load this up. Right. Activate. Let me know when you are in.
It's loading. I'm in.
You're in? Amazing.
I'm in.
Okay, we are in. So, dominating the skyline of the Valley of Ankara, these silos rise to a seemingly impossible height, and I will bring those up for you. Show players. Everyone picture?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. After each harvest and processing run, all produce from the valley is stored in one of these colossal multi-chambered silos, awaiting collection from void-capable ships. In a desperate attempt to provide more foodstuffs to Gilead System, the outside of each of the silos has been converted into vertical farmland. A full manifold of docking technologies is built at the top of each silo, only accessible via a rusty plasteel elevator. In the rare event an elevator is needed, a senior Imperial official will gather a team. The labourers of Ankara use the silos as rudimentary sundial to keep track of the time during the day. Right. Now then. As you arrive from the Crown of Blades, you feel the jutter and shake as the Arvus lighter slowly, gently lands above one of these huge silos. You all disembark, I suppose, as the airlocks unlock and the door opens once more, and you step out onto the top platform. From the top of the silo, as you look out, you can see the layout of the Ankara farming complex. Directly below you are a series of dull-looking hab-block units, an imposing cathedral, and a grey utilitarian building marked with the symbol of the Administratum. To the northwest is a complex building covered in intricate tubes. The huge gates of the building bear the skull and cog symbol of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Okay.
To the northeast is a craggy opening leading out of the valley with a single Imperial bastion in view. And fields of crops stretch outwards in all directions to the foothills of a huge mountain that marks the border of the valley. After disembarking, you are met by a very small, strange-looking gentleman, who I'm going to try and show you. I still need to get myself on these. Here it is. Right.
I think I've seen better days.
As you step off, this nervous little man comes up to you and says, bowing very low.
Fine, warriors, as the Emperor. I welcome you to Ankara, such as it is. I won't insult you by asking why you are here, as I understand my place in our glorious Imperium. I am Xanthar Futar, Administratum Adept, and I have a humble request of my own. Just through those doors, you will meet our Confessor and leading tech adept. I apologize in advance for their behavior. If you have time, whilst you are here, repair their relationship. I would be most grateful. And please, seek me out at the Overseer's compound if you ever need any assistance.
As he bows very lowly and sort of gestures towards this singular building in the centre of the platform, as I forget to change the music. There we go. So what do you do after he's gestured towards the door?
He's asking for an attitude adjustment.
Say again?
He's asking for an attitude adjustment? Was that of these two?
An attitude adjustment?
Maybe I understood that. Yeah, it was kind of like... I kind of had intermittent breakouts there, as you were saying, that last couple of bits.
Sorry. So he says... let me just get my notes on it back up. So he says, you will meet our Confessor and leading tech adept shortly. I apologize in advance for their behavior. If you have time whilst you are here, do repair their relationship. I would be most grateful. And seek me out at the Overseer's compound if you ever need any assistance. Was that clear?
Got it. Yeah, got
I might have tried to ham on the nervous voice too much.
No, it's fine.
No, literally, my patient, she was spotty there. Okay.
Xanthar?
Futar, yes, your sister's ship.
You're telling us to not be offended by this Confessor Tech Adept?
Quite.
What does he have against the Ecclesiarchy?
No, the Confessor is a fervent believer in the faith of our Imperial gods. She has nothing against the Ecclesiarchy. It's not really my place to say, but well, the Confessor and the Tech Adept are often in disagreement, and I don't know how we're going to get them working together for the good of Gilead.
Well, they will have to learn to get along. We all must serve the Emperor.
Reverently bowing at this. Of course, of course.
I'm gonna like start heading over this way, walking past this guy. See some kids.
After the other two have left, Paul then slowly follows suit, and he'll just sort of lean over to the guy and just say, "Thanks for the heads up."
More reverent bowing, and would sort of slowly, meekly, sort of hunched over, follow behind you lot, going into the central column. And as you get to the centre, you start hearing a very heated conversation as the door opens. This elevator is a perfect example of the weak... no, hang on. Start again.
Take two!
Take two. This elevator is a perfect example of the weakness of flesh. Query. Do you calculate more crops could be acquired if holy servitors powered this elevator? Absolutely not! Humanity is made in the Emperor's image. If he wanted us to alter our forms, he would have decreed it himself, you impious fool. Anger, predictable. Perhaps if the laborers and yourself were more logically inclined, they would not believe the foolish myths, and the righteous work of the Omnisire would continue undisturbed. Perhaps if the blasphemous Mechanicus weren't so keen to enter the forbidden ruins and convert every injured citizen into soulless servitors, people would trust them more. You there, new arrivals? What do you think? Should these elevators be powered by the glorious manpower or cold machinery? As she points to you, inviting conversation.
Wouldn't manpower be best spent worshipping the Emperor and toiling in the fields, producing more crops and food? Isn't that why we have machines?
The manpower used to work our glorious elevator, they can't work in the machine. Can't work in the fields. They're the elderly, the children. They slow down productions and bring down overall production rates.
Whatever is more efficient, I would assume, would be the right path.
But Angel, children must first be able to grow to be able to serve their Emperor. We can't turn children into machines.
That is supposed to be for the sick and elderly. I would not say that children should be turned into servants. No. Children should grow. I was a child once.
Sorry. If I may, conversion is supposed to be offered as a second chance to fulfill the purposes and will of the Emperor. That is what they're supposed to be. A second chance to serve. allow the humans to fulfill their duty in the image of the Emperor until such time that their bodies can no longer continue. This is right, this is just. Convert them afterwards. All in its own time.
And yes, this is what we're saying. These people can't do anything in the fields, so let them work our glorious elevators, and when they can do that no longer, we give them over, and they can start their life anew as a servitor to the Mechanicus.
But is there nothing else they can do other than operate and points at the elevator?
The elevators are only used a handful of times a day. They spend their days cleaning and cooking and scrubbing and doing lots of work for the Emperor. This is just part of their glorious 20 hours of service to the god of mankind.
But Confessor, can't they spend that time worshipping the Emperor and learning more of the Imperial truth? The more they learn, that is why we have these machines, so we can spend more time worshipping His Holiness.
I see you've never set foot on Ostia. The work they do is in worship to the Emperor. Don't you see? The sweat and blood on their hands as they toil. That is the worship. That is the fervor. You can see that, can't you?
Almost seems like a waste of time. Why don't you send them to the Astra Militare? Be a worthy sacrifice for the Emperor.
The Emperor can't be worshipped by machines. It is worshipped from the soulful. The people. Once they're a servitor, they can't worship, can they? They can't feel real spiritualness with his holy sire.
This I agree with.
And
Yes.
during this, Genitor Heptux is just sort of shaking his mechadendrites, just like disagreeing with everything that they're saying.
We are getting distracted. We are here for a mission, not to repair their relationship.
As you say, brother, quite right. Platform time is always moving. As fucking names. Heptix steps onto the platform.
Do we stay on the platform?
You can stay at the top if you want. I'm not going to take that away from you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't too sure what's going on there.
Confessor, your zeal is admirable, but perhaps the young can be spent reading the word of the Emperor, and the elderly can be servitorized to power the elevators.
I understand where you're coming from, but it just seems such a terrible waste.
Sacrifices must be made in the Emperor's name, and death is the ultimate sacrifice that we should all hope for.
Ah, yes, but once they're servitors, death is but a far future fantasy for them. Their lives will be without the guidance of the Emperor of Mankind.
Yes, but for the elderly, there'd be a waste otherwise. Production is what keeps The Empire moving, and the fervent belief of the young is what keeps its future.
The production rates would be fine if the Mechanicus wouldn't be so involved. All their scaremongering and riling up the faithful. They're having riots. They're out of the farms. We need them back in there doing their work instead of fighting us. And they're only fighting us because of him. And pointing over at Heptex. The Mechanicus are not fighting anyone. Since we have joined on the world, we have seen an increased production rate of 11.386%. That is substantially better than the works. I know the figures. It's not that same, is it? Yes, we have slight increases in production, but every day more and more people are leaving the fields in protest against you, and I will not have it. As we're going down and down and down this huge silo, you're seeing heavy, old, whirring cogs rusted over with time, and every so often as you're going down the levels, you see old, frail women, men, women, even children, pulling at these giant levers, bringing you down, further into the body of the silo.
Confessor, is it not your job to keep the faithful in line?
I am doing my damnedest. You don't realize these people, they sleep for 4 hours and they work for 18. I have very little time to have them in my sermons. But every chance I do, I am preaching to them. I am ensuring that his light is forever blessed on their face. Any who do not join the sermons are sent after by the Arbites. They do not last long.
Tech Adept, is the Mechanicum doing anything out of the norm? Are you taking any of these children to be servitorized before they fulfill their duty to the Emperor?
The Adeptus Mechanicus were instructed to help out on Ostia. Since joining, we have increased production flow by 11.3987%, and our work here has done wonders for improving the lives of people in Gilead. We were instructed to take the ill, sick, dying, and frail, and make them better in the Omnissire's image. This has been done. No parameters have been breached. Nothing has been taken that should not be taken.
Now, I've got a question, if I may. That's a mighty fine statistic you got there, but that's since joining. That's over the entire history of your involvement. Now, what if we take a little bit more of a short-sighted statistic? How has production changed over, say, the last 3 months?
Query, are you asking for the whole Ostia production rates or just here in Ankara?
Let's start small and then go wider. I have
Ankara.
an interest. Go on.
No, you go.
I would say, while you may have seen a long-term improvement, we don't necessarily catch a downturn of rates as a result of, say, the very human condition of, not morality, what's the word that I'm looking for? Someone's, not morals, shit, what's the word? It begins with M. Like how motivated you are or how deflated you feel.
Motivation?
Yeah, kind of motivation. that I've got a blank on it, but effectively, like as you get scared to do something, your motivation to do something might go down.
Yeah, sure.
And it's not morals, there's a different word, I've got a blank on it, but that, you would say.
It
Morale.
is.
The impact of fear may have
Morale.
contributed. Morale? Yeah,
Yeah, I think James is right.
There we go. It is just morale, not morality, but morale. I'd like to compare morale with production rates and how morale may be affected by fear, uncertainty, disagreement. The overproduction of servitors may be having a more negative impact than one would first have thought.
Cogitating. It is correct that in Ankara, the production rates have seen a slight reduction over the past 3 months. This has in part been due to the vandalization of Adeptus Mechanicus property, of the Adeptus Mechanicus not being allowed to do their intended function.
And why are they being tampered with?
Solution. The ecclesiarchy has been spreading rumors around the population to say the Mechanicus are taking the fit and turning them into servitors. This
And
is
have
a
the Mechanicus.
falsehood.
And be that as it may,
I
I
do not say anything like that. We only ever speak the truth in the ecclesiarchy. I will not stand for this.
I am neither saying one thing is true or false. I am taking things at face value. Be that as it may, rumors notwithstanding, have the Mechanicus been making any strides to prove to the otherwise, and appealing to the masses?
The Adeptus Mechanicus have no subroutine to appease the masses. Our sole purpose on Ostia is to increase production rates.
Well, in that case, it seems like, in the short term, the optimal path for increased production rates is a small pause in servitor production. Appease the masses, increase morale, increase rates.
I disagree. If we stop the servitors, the masses are already rioting and not joining the fields. If the servitors stop now, there will be no production happening in Ankara, and we will see a total production outfit if Ostia drop by around 17.8%, which is an unacceptable parameter.
Well, what do I know?
Well, there may be someone who may be able to know about the missing here. You may not know Mechanicus, but what of the Administratum? Surely if we inquire, every human soul is registered. Wouldn't we know which were fit and healthy? And you would know which of those have been servitorized. Would you not?
Who's that aimed at, sorry?
At the
Heptax.
Tacadapt. Yeah.
Heptax.
Yeah.
All records of servitorized Imperial citizens is public records. All you need to do is submit an information request to the Adeptus Ministratum, and full reports and records will be provided to you. Looks over to Futar. Affirmative. Futar? Yes, of course. We are here to serve and to help and provide every bit of information possible. Of course.
What's the average processing time in Ankara for these records?
If
pleases you, the Adeptus Ministratum is quite a small outfit on Ostia. We don't have quite the bureaucratic tape that you may be used to on Terra. I would say, given you filled in the correct reports, the procedures, make sure that we expedite the request forms, put everything through into the right. I'd say maybe a day, 2 days, to gain access to the sortium complex, and then from there you could compile the information within maybe 23 hours.
So Paul, having had to deal with bureaucracy at Terra,
Yeah.
will be like, in his mind go, fuck me, that's fast.
No.
Really? Or is the opposite way around?
Futar's kind of playing that up a little bit. It's not fast, it's not slow, but Paul would probably be like, fucking another bureaucrat kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, yeah.
3 days to get essentially a printout.
Alright, okay, yeah, I was expecting
Just compare.
I was expecting it to be like miles worse in the bigger population
It
census.
could be worse, but in this campaign setting, it'd be a pain if we played it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sister, you're right. I think it is worth cross-referencing the names of the Taken with the designation of the new servitors.
Perhaps before we do so, in our time of waiting, we can investigate those that are missing and see if we can find anything.
Please let me escort you to your vehicle as Heptex leads. Confessor follows. Yeah. What do you do?
She looks kind of annoyed at the confessor. Why would you not think to speak to the Administratum? This is all rather basic, Confessor. This is your flock.
We are in constant communication with the Administratum. We compare all of our results. It is the Adeptus Mechanicus not reporting things to the Administratum. We cannot see in the reports that are not reported.
It seems to me like you two are not communicating with each other. You could report the Administratum's records of theirs, you're just not seeking them. It seems very much one-sided from the both of you.
Well, I would love to see the lot of you do a better job. I have the souls of 9 billion people to consider. I am doing the Emperor's work.
9 billion people. That's a big number.
And this is a fairly small world
Yeah.
in terms of population.
Well, do you have any names or locations of the areas where those have been taken that we can see? Or visit?
We can get all the information to you, I'm sure. Now, I will have to get it from the data slates. And I suppose they take you through the factory, unless somebody wants to hold back.
Kind of as we
On the elevator, go for it, James.
as we're walking, I'm looking at Paul and Argenta, walking along with them, and I'll kind of go, this Mechanicus, he speaks facts and figures, not quite creative. To be a good liar, is required of creativity. Either he doesn't know, or they're not doing what the rumor mill has been wheeling out.
One thing we do know, Angel, is that people are going missing. But heresy, to my knowledge, can always be abound, whether it be the Mechanicum or their own populace. We must be ever vigilant.
Vigilant.
So, built into the bottom of the silos, the processing plants are dank, dark, and loud. Their purpose is to process crops into protein and stretch every morsel of food as far as possible through a complex and little understood mechanical process. Large rusty vats full of bubbling mulch are mixed by labourers overseen by administratum adepts and then pushed through pipes that snakes like mazes through each plant. The stench of processing is overpowering. Rotten plants mixed with potent alcohol and synthetic sucrose. That shouldn't be playing. We're not in a hospital. There we go. Yeah, as you wind your way through this processing plant, you see the administratum adepts, you see the Imperial citizens working, checking the starches, stirring the pots, all in this dank, foul, stenching environment. The air is heavy and almost unbreathable to all except Gerhart. Would you like to do anything? Would you like to keep winding your way through?
I'll be right back.
Wait, I can breathe this stuff in for some reason?
I wouldn't. It's not that you can just breathe it in. You just have better lungs than everyone else. So what would seem very oppressive and heavy and difficult to breathe to humans isn't that bad for you. You know it's a difference, but it wouldn't be like, you need to get out of here, I can't breathe kind of thing. It'd just be like, oh, this is a bit shit.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll continue through.
Cool. You continue through every line of the production. Are you hearing the noise twice? Sorry, go on ahead.
No. Can I have a look on the workers? I want to see any signs of heresy. Are they looking pissed off whilst they're working? Is there any sort of heretical markings or anything like that?
Sure. How are you doing that?
Observing.
Observing from afar or up close?
Like within 5-10 feet.
Do me
not.
Yeah, so you're not obstructing.
4 meters. Yeah, no, I'm not obstructing them,
Okay.
but it's
Do
like
me an investigation roll then. DN will be 2.
Yeah.
basically if how they're toiling and stuff like that.
Sure. Oh, look at that dice!
Holy moly!
Dice! So, with a DN2, you pass. Well done, you. You observe the workers as you are walking through the factory as they toil away. You're looking for anything heretical, any scars or symbols scratched into the skin of the surface. You find nothing. There is nothing to indicate any type of heresy. In fact, I would go as far as to say that some of the citizens look happy in their toil, although the area is disgusting and unbearable to most. They almost like a flagellant finds joy in the whipping. They feel closer to the Lord of Dawn in their toil.
Oh, she is loving it. She is loving the yes. Your toil towards the Emperor blesses us all. Thank you, people.
Do you say that to them?
Yes.
Okay.
As she's like holding her book out.
As you say that to them, an adept of the Administratum sort of soldiers up to you and says, "Excuse me, there's not to be talking with any of these people. They are under strict regulations. They must continue working for at least 36 minutes before they are allowed to go on their designated 2.5-minute break."
She watches to see if any of the human beings react and if they just keep toiling.
They're just doing their thing, toiling away. As James has got a massive bowl of rice. It's a saucepan of rice.
Holy shit!
Man's
What
hungry!
unit of measurement is that? She just goes, beautiful. And then continues walking on.
Okay, cool.
Fine work, Administratum.
So unless anybody else wants to do stuff, we will continue walking through.
I walk through, yeah.
It is more...
I have no reason to interact with the workers.
Sure. It's more of the same stuff. You are passing row upon row of civilians, all in their toils, all focused on the one sole goal of producing as much food as possible, knowing that any delay could cause deaths of their fellows on other planets. I'm happy for anyone to roll an investigation should they wish to at this point. It's more of like a passive investigation, but I don't know if we have passive investigation in this.
Hey, sure, might as well.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
looking out for heresy.
Like, I guess I would be staying vigilant.
Oh, that's a critical wrath.
Uh-oh.
That's a good critical, not a bad critical.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we've got 1 point to the glory pool we can all use.
Nice.
I also grabbed
Oh, look at
Holy
that!
moly!
Yes, Paul!
Wow. Nice. So, as you're walking through, all three of you notice one of the workers, this one here in particular, he's just as zealot in his work. He's working hard, but on a rusty barrel next to him are some mushrooms that have started to grow in the dank, moist environment. And as he's toiling away, he's churning at the grains. He reaches over to this rusty barrel, takes one of the mushrooms and starts eating it, and then carries on doing his work. It's the swiftest motion. It's barely a second, but it does happen.
Administratum, are they supposed to be eating whilst working?
What was that? As this administratum just comes straight up to you. Who's eating?
And she points at the one eating.
She is so pious.
So pious. So this the adept administratum just storms up to this poor zealot man. Says, "Is that true? Did you just eat something? You're not meant to eat anything for another 17 hours. What? How? This is outrageous. That could have gone to the other planets. That could have gone to Gilead Primus. That could have fed the wonderful Veronius himself. How dare you take the morsels of food from his mouth? That's it. You are on a 24-hour work today. No rest for you." And the poor man's just there like... and just bows and just sort of carries on working as the adept goes back to his position. Oh, that was me.
So these guys are like the humans that have been turned into these slave thingies?
So these ones are
No.
all humans. They're not
This is
servants.
just
Guys,
this is just normal working conditions.
Yeah, these are humans. I know he's got like a bit of a glow about him. He's like, is there a way for me to just? Can I just show you? How do I just show you an image?
So in the D&D system, all I would need to do is click on their open up their character sheet and just click on their profile picture, and then it lets me share it.
Yeah, it's not doing that in this one. If I instead do this.
If you have it in the Actors tab, you might be able to right-click on them in the Actors tab and go Show Artwork.
That's right. I'll do it this way instead. I'll get it.
But he's got mechanical augmentations, basically, to better make his work more... to enable him to work more efficiently, I would imagine.
This one in particular, not so much. He is just... This one in particular is just working hard.
Sneeze attack.
I annoyingly now can't find the artwork, but these are just, they are humans, and as Simon says, some of them have like an augmented arm backpack, like a like not a third arm, just like a servo arm type thing, a robotic arm that just fits on a backpack behind them that's just helping them do tasks. But they are 100% human, not servitors. Okay.
Well, this is
Not
the
for long.
dark future of working conditions. This is an agri-world. This is considered good conditions.
Yeah. So yeah.
As I've come to understand in my brief readings here and there.
Yeah. So, what do you do as they continue on down? Do you continue on with the heptics and the confessor?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul is just regarding both the Battle Sister and the Blood Angel, Astartes, just assessing how they are reacting to the world around them. He's obviously got a good measure of the Sister based on what she just did.
Yeah. And as you enter into the penultimate room, you once again see the citizens at work as just raw resources now being piled out, and as they're pulling out detritus from it, making sure that there's not bones, rocks, mechanical plating sifting through it like that, as servo skulls are zooming up above them, trying to pick out some of the larger pieces that might be in this amalgamation of various different biomatter, essentially.
Pleasant.
As you enter the final room, Heptex goes up to the panel. Long tendrils fall out of his back as intricate wires dance across the panel, opening the door, allowing exit into the somewhat fresh air. As behind you, huge boxes, mountains of this grainy mulch mixture is being funneled into the machine of production.
Nice. And out we go.
Out you go, stepping out into the air. The door seals shut behind you, and you hear a hard mechanical lock fix the door in place. Clearly, there is no escaping until your allotted time. As you step out into the nice, cool morning air, a far cry from the dank feeling behind you. You feel the sense of weight being lifted from your shoulders. It is a beautiful scene, idyllic, farmlands, grass, fields. You can easily see trees in the distance, but dominating above it all are these huge silos, ever feeding the matter of Ostia up into the heavens. As you walk outside, you see some vehicles in front of you. Heptex turns round and says, I will be returning to the Julian complex. If you need me for further information, requests may be made. As he gets in.
Tech adapt.
And before the door
Tech
closes,
adapt. Make sure you send that list of all those who have been servitorized on your side to the Adeptus Ministratum. We can't be having this lack of communication hinder the Emperor's efforts.
Sister, you may know for 100% certainty that those reports are uploaded to the Adeptus Ministratum on a 24-hour schedule. We have not once failed to comply in this parameter. And then he closes the door. And off he goes. At his leaving, the confessor turns around and says, well, what a horrible, horrible thing. I have no idea why they were sent here. We didn't need them. The production facilities were fine. The production numbers were fine. No one was starving. As behind you, you can hear Futar sort of just messing with his feet a little bit nervously.
Well, Confessor,
Sister?
it seems you may be taking on more than you can handle with these 9 billion lives. I've already seen some of your population being open to possible heretical behavior. Just going through here.
What? You saw heresy?
I saw those not doing their job, which is tantamount.
Who was it? Which one was it?
What's his name? Futar?
Futar.
Futar.
This guy.
Yeah, Futar will know who. Send that to you. But it seems like your eyes aren't keeping a watch on your flock. And it seems like the Mechanicus over here seems to be regularly updating. Seems like you could have spent some time and checking yourself. A simple report in this case from the Administratum Futar over here, and you would have the answers to your problems. And then we may have an even bigger problem if it's not the Mechanicus taking them.
Roll me a leadership. Leadership? Let me just have a look. I want to do leadership. Yeah, roll me a leadership. DN4.
Right. Can I utilize the thing you gave me, the symbol of authority, 1 bonus die to leadership, intimidation tests, versus targets who would respect your position?
You're not intimidating the Confessor, though. If you're trying to intimidate the Confessor, is that what you're trying to do?
No, it says leadership, brackets, will,
Oh, yeah.
and intimidation.
Yeah. 100% you can use it against them.
How would I do that?
Great question. Let's have a look.
Well, if you click on the skill, you have an opportunity to modify your dice pool. So you could just add something.
Yeah,
in there.
if you click on it, isn't it? Yeah, so just put dice pool bonus 1 instead of 0. If you click on the leadership roll, does that make sense?
Oh God.
Not 10.
Which? Yeah, I know. 1.
Yeah, so... No, not there. So, take that off. Hang on.
Yeah.
So, you know where it says leadership on your stats page? The black bar that says leadership. Stop messing with things!
Okay,
Right.
sorry.
Press the black bar. It should go red where it says leadership.
Yeah.
And then the second row down, it says dice pool. It'll say 3.
I just go over it and it just turns red and nothing else comes
So
out.
then
No, you've got to click on it. Click on it.
Oh. Yes.
And then where it says dice pool, bonus, put a 1 in.
Put 4.
Or, actually, you can just click where it says effects. There's like a bullet points underneath where it says corruption, leadership, intimidation. Just click leadership and intimidation. It should automate it. Look at
I'm
that,
just
just in case.
clicking 1 on the bonus. But
That's fine. You
Yeah.
can do either. That is a fail. That is a fail.
oh, can I use one of my glory?
You can. So you can use a wrath die if you want. If you want to use a glory die, you can do, but it depends on how other people feel about that. But you can use.
Oh
wrath
no,
die.
I'll use a raft die. Use a raft die because I've got 2 of those.
So if you click on the ones that, if you right click on the right hand side in the chat bar, if you right click, it should say reroll failed. So where it says 3, 4, 4, 2, right click, reroll failed.
Yeah. And then
Did you reroll?
yeah, I clicked it. It said 3, 2. Well, it made.
And then right click,
Oh,
reroll selected.
Shit. No, I think it did the exact same one because I just saw dice roll and it came up as 3, 2.
You got the exact same. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
So after you say this to the confessor thinks for a minute and says, "No. The workers need their sleep. We can't make them work even longer. Respectfully, sister, I have been on Ostia for longer than you. The lives and souls of these people are my flock, and I care about them greatly. We will come with a solution. I guarantee it. I am on the side of you, sister. I do everything for the God Emperor. We will prevail through this. If that's about taking away rations, we will do it. If it's about less sleep, we will do it. But we shall not do it hastily. We will think on it. Come, meet me at the Cathedral of the Sun Emperor. I will be doing my sermons there. Come visit me. We will discuss further. And she gets to go in her car as well. Unless anyone wants to stay before the door shuts. Cool. So those two disappear. Futar shuffles in front of you. You see the problem we're having. It's good that they were themselves. You're welcome to this Torx. It will take you where you wish to go, and I will perhaps I will return to the Sortium and see you sometime. And he bows very, very low.
Futar, thank you for your assistance. Where was the last location, according to your records, of where people went missing?
I'm sorry, sister. I'm not privy to that sort of information. If you wish to submit a request of information report to the administratum, of course you can do so. And I will
get that information as fast as I can, but without the paperwork, you see, I can't. As he's just keeps bowing as he's like walking away from you nervously.
This is right and proper.
You can roll an insight check on that if you want.
No, she believes the administrator. She knows they're by the book,
Cool.
figuratively and literally.
And he sets off in a much less grandiose looking vehicle as he leaves for the sortium complex. And you are left stood in front of a guard and his Torax. He's stood to attention, waiting for instruction.
You may want to, unless it's supposed to be pitch black, give us some more light sources so that we
You
can
should have
see.
light. Why'd you not have light? Dumb DM.
I've been trying to find a spot to say this, but like, yeah, we've had limited light everywhere. Like,
Can you see now?
all the rooms are just...
Yeah, we can see the outside now. Yeah.
Wait, you couldn't see in the room?
Ah!
No, we
Yeah,
can
just-
see the
just
rooms,
a
but
little-
only the black bubbles around the lighting.
Yeah, so
I'll take a little screenshot for you. You can see what we've been seeing.
Yeah.
This is what we've been seeing while we've been wandering.
Ah! Well,
Now you've given us lighting for the outside, so it's not just like a little semicircle outside the door.
Oh, dark vision's just not a thing in this game, is it?
no, it's the same inside the crown of swords. It was whatever it's called, blades. It's all little
Yeah.
balls of black. Most of it's out.
Oh, right, okay. I need to tinker then.
Yeah, I think you just go configure the maps and just add a global illumination.
Yeah, I mean, you're meant to... It is meant to be dark and dingy, but like that's proper just restricted view, isn't it? Sorry, guys. That's immersion breaking.
I just assumed that it was just a dark and dingy working environment.
Yeah, I just thought you might be able to see like a bit more. Anyway, so you can see. So,
Yeah.
stood to attention. And as you know from your discussions with the Commissar, the guard are at your discretion.
Paul, I can.
Yes, sister.
I can detect heresy of those that don't follow their wishes, but with your specific Imperium sanctioned skills, as she squints saying it, trying to hold back disgust. Are you able to talk to the common folk and glean more than what I can ascertain from my book?
If that is what is required of me.
Seems like this confessor doesn't know what's going on.
I can break some bread with the people. Not entirely sure what the Gilead System feels about Psykers, but we'll find out. Not exactly physically intimidating.
I tend to get a more zealous response when I talk to the common folk, which in this case I think may not be the most helpful.
Very insightful of you, sister. A commendable characteristic.
Is just kind of squinting. Thank you.
Right, well, if that is how you would wish to use me, then I will be of service. What if? Oh no, go on. You first.
No, go on.
How would one refer to the Astartes? Like if I wanted to like chat with Gerhart, if I wanted to be formal, etc.
I mean, you would. If you didn't know, it would be common, if you didn't know them, to refer to them as Lord.
For now, because I don't really know him, I would say, Lord Gerhart, what do you make of this situation?
It's hard to determine the truth of what is happening right here, but my initial gut feeling tells me that it might not be the Mechanicus that is leading this issue of taking healthy and the young and putting them into servitude. I just believe they do not have the creativity to do such a thing. I believe we need to go to Ankara and get our feet on the ground. You can't really intimidate people like the Mechanicus. But humans have faults, and those can be exploited for answers.
Right, you are. Poul would probably go over to the soldier and say, "Where's the nearest watering hole? Not had a good drink since I've come to the system." He says with a sort of a quirk in his lips.
Guards stood at attention, straight back. Won't give you eye contact. Staring dead ahead, and she goes, "There are no watering holes on Ostia."
Tavern, then. Where can I get some beverages?
Sir, it's a working agri-world. The people, they don't have that. You can go to the hat block. There might be, looking around fairly nervously. I hear some of the bad civilians, they do bootleg liquor, but I wouldn't know anything about that. There's no tavern, sir. There's no pubs. There's nowhere for them to rest. They sleep and they work.
Alright. Well done, soldier. You passed the test. He sort of does. He says, like, sort of tapping them with the back of his hand against their shoulder.
Bless you, guardsman. Hedonism is another passage towards heresy.
Straight, like, just quite right, sir. Quite right.
Alright, well, I guess we just go to where they sleep then.
To the Hadlock, sir. It's not far away. Please. And he goes to the back of the Torux, which... Can I do this? I'm gonna do this.
I don't know, can you?
Do I have the capability of doing this? Who knows? I can do this.
Ooh!
That
Ooh.
is a Torux. It is a essentially a people carrier of sorts, but it is a faster, sleeker, less war-orientated vehicle than the more common Chimera. He goes to the back and he opens it up for you to get in.
I shall do so.
Wonderful.
I too shall do so.
Excellent. So, you all enter the Torux. The guard gets to the front, starts the engine as, for the first time in a while, you start to smell the pungent fumes of burning promethium, also known as petrol, diesel, stuff like that. Promethium. As you set off on your journey. Next scene. Stop those factory noises. Okay, as the Thorax screeches across the tarmac, you are met with a vision of almost idyllic bliss. It harkens back to the ancient days of old Terra, where there was green forests, fields as far as the eye can see, little to no civilization, no hive cities, no huge towering monuments dotting the horizon, only the occasional hab block and the silos that are at your back. You pass wooded areas which look to have heavy machinery in them as they're trying to carve down the forest, making way for more farmland. You pass thousands and thousands of civilians working in the fields, hard labourers, picking at crops, sowing new seeds for the coming seasons. And you might almost find it peaceful. As you come up to a junction, the traffic lights do turn as a huge where is it? Monstrosity passes you by, called, where are you? A Scorpius. Not a Scorpius. Onager. There we go. Onager June Crawler. This one clearly fitted out with various agricultural tools rather than more traditional arms of warfare. You see huge drills, mining equipment, ploughing equipment, large servo hands that are built for pulling and ripping as it stomps along past you on the other side of the road. But as the lights just about to turn, Gerhart, would you like to do is perception a thing?
Awareness?
An awareness roll,
yeah.
please. Yeah, an awareness roll. Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay, one question with this.
Yes.
So, I was going to send you this, right? I'm not too sure how this works, right? But I just read this. So, as an Astartes, I'm supposed to have... It says, as part of transformation from mortal man into Adeptus Astartes, initiates receive 19 genetically enhancing implants.
Mm-hmm.
These improve and cause metamorphosis from the man, blah blah blah. And then this one says, you're immune to bleeding condition, you gain +1 bonus to any test related to one of the 19 implants. And I have the list of implants up. Do I have these? Because it says I have them as part of the difference. Because it's coming up right now saying related to Space Marine implants +1.
You should have... You've got all the implants.
Yeah, okay.
I will have to remind myself what all the implants are, I'm not going to lie. But I think is one of them hearing?
Of the 19, it's like secondary, heart,
There we go,
medulla.
Lyman's ear. So you can have a +1.
Sick!
Always good to have an Astartes on the team.
So let me just double check a bonus die. So it's so you get an extra roll.
Oh my god, that's so many! Holy fuck!
Wow.
Those sixes!
Okay, so the DN was 4, so you passed that easily. So... that's annoying. You almost could have done that thing we were talking about earlier, James. So obviously you can shift some of those die.
Yeah.
Because it's a DN4. I think you can shift... If you shift it... You can shift one of those die. And you can do as that what you want. You can get a slightly better outcome, or you can use it to bump up the wrath or whatever you want. So I'll let you decide first before I tell you what happens.
You mean bump up the glory. So I can... send it to glory. Oh, no, wait. No, not send it to glory. Send it to wrath.
Not yet, so you shift it to glory, I think, don't you?
No, I think only a crit goes to glory. So if I shift one for a bit of outcome, is that just undetermined what that is?
So you didn't get 3, so if you can shift 3 of the exalted die, then you get to decide the outcome.
Yeah.
But you're only shifting 1 here, aren't you?
Yeah. So does shifting 1 even do anything on a skill check like this?
If you shift 1, you can still get a slightly better outcome, but it's still a better outcome that I decide rather than one that you essentially make up.
Okay, I'll shift the die. Yeah.
So you shift the die. Your superhuman hearing, aided by the Lyman's ear as part of your genetic modification. As the Taurox comes to a stop, the gentle turning over of the engine is almost sweet lullabies to you, but something breaks that. A rustling in the trees, and you start to hear the noise of a switch safety guard being lifted. And I will give you the opportunity to do one action before something happens.
I hear the sound of a safety switch? What does that mean to me?
Oh, weapon safety switch. Someone's taking safety off.
Oh, can I see which one it is?
Can you see which weapon it is?
Or can I hear where it came from, like which person?
So with the shifted die, I would say that you would know the sound of this safety switch, this latch, sounds particularly heavy. So you would know that it would be from something of heavy ordnance.
So as while I'm looking around, is it part of my action to look around which one has heavy ordnance so I can make my decision?
I'll say looking around is a free action, and if you want to look around, you'll have to do an investigation check, and it will be a DN3 to spot where it's come from. And then
would Gerhart know it's outside of the vehicle or inside of the vehicle from his?
From the sound of it, he definitely knows it's coming from outside the vehicle.
Okay. Oh no, James, what's happened to your die?
What?
Oh no.
That's all failures. You can obviously spend wrath if you want to, but that's totally up to you.
Can we suggest maybe you take some glory on this as well? On the shed, Poul?
I don't know if I can do that now that I've re-rolled it. It's not giving me the option to.
Have they re-rolled?
It doesn't look like. What happens if you click on the little sort of loop-de arrow on the chat card?
Can I re-roll with glory after re-rolling with wrath?
I don't know for definite, but I would say that would be similar to trying to, like in D&D, trying to break a lock, getting a 4, and then trying again and getting a 6, and trying again and getting a 16. You know, it'd be like, it kind of defeats the objective of the test, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But did it roll? Because surely it didn't roll exactly the same, just like Ed's.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
My end it rolled.
And it rolled exactly the same.
But I don't know if the numbers actually changed.
So is it a 2-2-2-2-2-1-2 for you?
Yeah, 2-2-2-2-1-2. Yeah.
That doesn't look like it's re-rolled it then.
I'm gonna re-roll it, just because it seems weird that we've done two wrath dice where it's been the exact same. So I'll re-roll it on my end and see if that.
It seems statistically impossible for 4d6s all to re-roll this exact same number.
Yeah, because I saw it roll. It came out and it was exactly the same.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh, what's the wrath?
That's a nice reroll.
Yeah, it's a nice reroll, but with a critical complication.
Wait. God damn it! Fuck my thing.
I'm excited to see what this complication is.
Oh man.
You and any allies within 50 meters gain plus double rank bonus dice to corruption. FYI.
Yeah. Okay.
Warp interference. Hang on.
Oh,
The
wow.
Chaos Guard are watching. For a moment, you feel the eyes of one of the ruinous powers on you.
Okay.
Oh, is there anything I could do to stop that?
Not
As a Psyker?
Not
Just having a look at what I can do.
really, because it's not like a Psyker against Psyker. These are the gods doing things.
Yeah. Existing arm.
So that's one hell of a complication. Oh, fuck me.
I've got this.
Also, we've got to remember, this is all happening in like split second.
Yeah,
bullet time.
We're at bullet time.
We're
Yeah.
in bullet time.
But I'm just reading this, and one of the things is existing or imminent distortions of the barrier between materium and immaterium in your immediate presence may betray themselves in a flicker of shadows. I don't know if I detect this. Like, you can attempt to detect the presence of warp phenomena within range and line of sight, including sustained psychic powers.
Okay, so
I'm only just reading this because I don't remember seeing this on my character sheet last time.
I've added it on. You meant to. All Psykers are meant to have it.
Yeah.
So I will. What I will say is, because that's an innate ability essentially,
Yeah.
and it would happen the same time as what's happened. It would happen in conjunction.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so let's do it in stages. So
Okay,
Gerhart,
cool.
With your awareness test, investigation test. Sorry, you do spot in the tree line, and I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah.
Is lighting set properly? Global illumination, yes. So you see this guy here. In the tree line, he's taking aim, and in his hands is a missile launcher.
Oh.
He is but a millisecond away from pressing the button. However, with the roll complication, the Chaos God Zinch, who is forever watching and is intrigued by the machinations of humankind, sees what is about to happen and thinks of nothing more hilarious
Oh no.
warping material around you.
It wasn't me.
So huge psychic energies start to build up around the Taurox. And Poul, your science, your inner workings, not your third eye, but your psi brain starts to scream with
My spider senses are tingling.
Your spidey senses fucking tingle as you feel the very fabric of reality being pulled and twisted and changed. I will, because it says you can do it, I will allow you to do a Deny the Witch, which is another innate ability that you have.
Yes.
I will allow that to happen. However, It is going to be a DN 8. You are literally dealing with a Chaos God.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it doesn't say Psyker, it specifically says the Chaos Gods are watching. I don't know what you rolled, Gerhart.
Holy fuck!
So give me a
Zinch
deny
is the god of the lols.
roll, and it's a DN 8.
This is not cool.
Right, okay. What was the thing that it said? It's like, deny the witch. The DN for deny the witch is 2 plus the DN of the psychic power you were trying to deny, but you said it's a DN 8.
Yeah.
The power you're trying to deny is increased potency from shifting an exalted icon. Okay, I'll just do the DNA and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, DN 8. You got 10 dice though, so
I've got 10
you've got
dice!
a strong option of doing
I've
it.
got a chance!
Come on! Come on!
Roll
5 6s! 5 6s, come on!
None of those are good. None of those are good. I'm wondering if I could use a wrath dice to re-roll.
That was a critical fail as well. A critical fail.
no!
I mean, I've got 3 wrath dice. Can I re-roll?
You do whatever you need to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is on you.
Heresy!
So what happens? So I've clicked. So I've spent one of my wrath dice. So it's gone down. So I've marked it down to 2.
No. So
How do I re-roll?
don't do that. So I'll give you 3
okay.
back.
Yeah.
So on the right hand side where you've got wee dice, right click.
Yeah.
And it says re-roll failed 1, and it should just automatically minus 1. So on the right,
Oh,
it's
got it,
5,
okay.
3. Just right click and then re-roll.
Uh,
Okay, so it did
There we
change.
go.
It did automate.
it did change.
So
Okay. That's not a success.
So you failed, and
Why did it not re-roll all of them?
I don't
1,
think
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So
So only
you roll
re-rolled
failures
6.
only.
yeah.
Rerolls
I
failures
don't
only.
think it re-rolls your wrath die.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Good to know.
So
Well, I tried.
you tried. You tried. Fuck's sake.
I still see this, right? So I'm still gonna go to everyone after hearing it and seeing it. I'm gonna go. Get over the truck now!
I guess this
So-
is all
so
in bullet time. So
Hang on. Again, we are in bullet time. Simon.
let's paint the scene.
So, Simon, you have
Yes.
you've done a thing,
Oh no!
and now you need to press the little red button that says "Perils of the Warp."
Oh no! Heresy! Heresy!
I'm trying to stop heresy! Roiling mist. A clammy mist roils up from the ground, surrounding you in a 25-meter radius. The mist obscures vision and distorts sound with weird echoes for 1 round. All tests made inside the mist that rely on sight or hearing are made at
Okay.
plus 2 DN. So we're obscured at least.
Okay. So, right now,
I've given us cover. It's fine.
now all the rolls have happened.
Right.
Let me tell you what happens.
Okay.
Okay. So, Gerhart, your superhuman hearing hears this unusual noise. It's completely alien to the setting that you've become accustomed to. You hear the sound of a heavy safety latch being opened on a heavy ordnance weapon. Your test allows you to identify the sound of the noise, and in the forest line you see an old man holding a missile launcher. He's raised the latch and is about to press the button. As he presses the button, the Torux, the vehicle that you're in, starts to warp and contort and change and shape. The metal begins to bow and break and flex, and all the metal around you in the Torux slowly, shimmeringly turns into astral prisms of light as the Torux vanishes from under your feet. Paul, sensing these intrusive powers, the pain of it screeching to your head, you reach into your innate abilities. You know this is heresy. You know that this is one of the ruinous powers, and you pull into your psychic being, attempting to deny the witch from entering this realm, to push them away. But the power of the Chaos Gods, the power of Zinch, is too great, and he overwhelms your mind. Your eyes roll back, and out of your eyes and pouring down into the floor, steam, heavy steam spilling out as it joins the roiling mist coming up from the floor as the Torex disappears, and you are all then enshrouded in this mist. And now I will roll to attack to see if he hits. Oh God. Hang on.
All the while, in bullet time, Gerhart is trying to like stand up from his seat to warn us what's going on.
Exactly. Or Gerhart goes to say something, and then the metal disappearing from underneath him, just like, huh? You know, completely alien and obscure. Right. Let's see if I can do this.
I wonder what happened. Oh, the driver is still there. Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Heresy.
So much heresy.
Ed.
Okay.
He is the lol god. Oh, fuck.
Out of ammo.
So he fails, and that's it.
He just goes click.
The missile goes off wide, spiraling off into the distance and exploding in a field further away. Who knows what collateral damage that has caused. The missile launcher spent. We start combat. That was a
That was not like Dad Hammer at all. They did not get those fucking wild complications. What the fuck?
It's absolutely nuts.
It is very on brand for Zinch. The fact his rocket launcher runs out of ammunition and goes askew as well. It's just like, ha ha!
Yeah, literally. Hang on, as for some reason this hasn't worked. Right.
Music.
Right, so combat. Welcome to first combat.
Exciting.
I will say, because of Gerhart's rolls, there is no stealth round. You effectively saw the ambush, so you start to see all around you. Is that really loud?
We can turn it down. I can turn it down on my end as well.
Good.
Yeah, so all around you just start to see these mobs of angry civilians charging towards you. So, combat, we're going to try doing it the official combat rules way, which is essentially you go, I go, you go, I go, you go, I go, and you get to decide whose turn it is. Go on, James.
I'm going to use a point of glory so that we have two agents go first.
Is everyone okay with that?
Well, I want to use a point of glory.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do it. It's just if
Yeah,
everyone's not okay with it,
No. That sounds reasonable. Paul is screaming in mental agony at just being absolutely thrown aside by these powers that he cannot comprehend. He's on the ground in the center. I've put down a little template that represents a 25-meter radius amount of
Oh my
mist.
god, we're all in mist.
Yeah,
25
yeah.
meters is fucking huge.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
All tasks made inside the
It's-
mist
it's
at
for-
site are plus 2 DM. Okay.
It's only for one round at least.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay,
I need to
so
get the fuck out of this mist.
I pass it to you guys then. Who goes first?
Paul is in no way going to be acting first at this point.
Surely the Astartes.
Surely he's the one who he's the one who noticed the
Makes
ambush.
sense.
It makes sense.
So using my hearing, so he's hard to see, right, in the mist.
He is hard to see. Now, well, you knew where he was, but he is now hard to see.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of like twirl around in the mist and grab from my left hip, pull out my chainsaw and go. As you can hear it like revving in the night in the mist. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to him. Like, I know where he was.
Yeah.
What do I do?
So what I would say is, you knew where he was. You don't know for certain that he's still there, but I'm happy for you to go directly to where he was. You've reacted very quickly. We are in combat, so there's every chance that he's not been able to move in time. So I'm happy for you to just go to where he is, because he was there.
I kind of through the mist in my armor and like mist swirling around my plated scout armor, kind of creating like a track as I launch off into the forest. I get to the point where I saw him last.
Yeah.
This is where you come in, Tom. Do I see him? Because I don't know what's going on. Like,
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
So I was sorry. I was just double checking. So a attack roll is counted as a test.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's just 2 points harder.
Yeah. So to
Yeah.
attack him, it will be plus 2 points. So what I will say is, as you get towards where you last saw him and you get within quite close distance, you do see a shape. You do see a figure that is still there, but it's not 100% clear. It's not easily discernible, but you can definitely see that there is something human in front of you, where that person is.
I'm gonna bring my chain sword and rev it at the air and look down at this mass in the mist and go, "You sully the Emperor's name." I'm gonna swipe down.
Right on the drum beat. I like that.
Oh man, that was great timing.
So go to attack. And it's just a +2 to the DM.
Okay. Related to space marine implants. I get a +1 from that. That's cool. Alright.
So it's only a +1 to sorry. So it's a +2 to attack, but you get a +1 extra die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Space Marines
that's
are gnarly, dude. Amazing. You hit him. You can shift a die because it was to hit him was a DN3.
Nice. I'm gonna shift one of the die to make him bleed.
Okay, so let me just make sure he's got the bleed effect.
11 damage seems like a lot. Traits brutal, parry.
Apply the damage. So, tell me, as you make this man bleed, how do you do it? What do you do to this poor man?
Kind of go, bring it down the big arc, and the chain bites into the top of his backpack and wears trappers, kind of like ripping the top of the trap off, and a burst of blood goes into the mist. I can feel it raining down on my blonde hair.
Have you given yourself the extra wrath then?
Because he just split? Yes, just now.
kind of.
I also have to make a willpower check.
You do, unless you want to resist it. Unless you don't want to resist it. Otherwise, it's a DN3 willpower test.
Um,
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at
Oh no.
that! A critical wrath fail.
That's a positive effect, I think.
It's a fail with a positive spin. So what I will say, James, from a roleplay perspective, you are frenzied. So if we, yeah, you've done that. Thank you very much. You are frenzied, but you are able to, whether it's because of the mist, whether it's just your sheer resistance of will, you're able to become frenzied in a way that other people would find it hard to tell that you're frenzied. They might see it as this is just an overzealous marine.
okay, so I haven't lost it.
So you
Okay.
are frenzied, so you have the effect of frenzy, but if people were to look at you, they wouldn't come up to you at the end of the battle and be like, yo, what the fuck was that? Like, what's wrong?
So instead of my eyes going bloodshot and changing color and the vampiric teeth coming up, I'm just going to say my pupils go hyper dilated, so like dinner plates. And I'm looking down going,
Nice.
but still in control.
Okay, so you've moved, you've done a combat action, you've still got a simple action and a free action should you wish. Otherwise, it's the next person's turn.
Free action. I can't see anyone else at the moment, right? Or is it just him?
I would. So you've killed him.
Is he dead? Okay.
Sorry, for some reason it didn't let me. I'm sure I clicked visible on the rest of them. So
Oh, okay. There's two other guys.
you can do a awareness test, DN5, to see if you can see any of the others.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Dang.
So you can use a wrath to reroll if you want. Otherwise, we'll let
Yeah.
it slide.
Yeah, might as well. Okay.
Ooh,
Nice.
that's better.
DN5, you succeed with a 6. So, using your special superhuman eyes. Where is it? Space Marine implants eyes. The Eye of Vengeance enhances eyesight. Yeah, so using your oculo, you pierce through the mist, and you are able to see a mob of 10 people over here and 10 people over here. So you have 20 people heading towards you.
I kind
Oh
of
shit, those mobs, yeah, okay.
I kind of shift my cape, so it's like it blows away some of the mist, and I yell back as a free action. 20 targets, heretics.
Nice. That's your free action, combat action, and movement. We did a thing.
We did.
Yay!
Huzzah.
So you've also
What a
spent.
wild start to the combat.
That's some. Yeah. This has been wild. So you've spent a glory die, I believe, because you were on 5, you're now on 4. Can you guys see? Can you see your glory counter?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Has someone pressed
Can't remember
minus
what
on
it
it?
was.
We don't have a minus or a plus here.
Oh,
Yeah,
can
I
you
just
just say
yeah,
4?
I just see the number. Yeah.
It's 4, yeah.
So I'm going to take away the glory die because you said you were going to seize the initiative, and now you guys get to decide the next person's go. So it'll either be Poul or Argenta.
I think I'll go next. I was going to say, how do we figure out range on weapon?
It should say on
It is a thing. So on your bolt gun, your short range is 12 meters, your long range is 24 meters, and your medium range is 24, and your long range is 36.
Cool. And these people that I can see, do I need to do like an awareness test, something like that?
So what I would say is you've heard Gerhart call back. He's told you there's 20 people, so you know the direction. So I will say it's still a +2 to the DN, so it'll still be a DN 5, but I'll give you an extra bonus dice because you've been given instruction. Okay.
Well, that's not going to be good for me, but fuck it.
Oh.
Roll your complications, see what happens.
You do or say something you didn't mean to.
I love Psykers.
I secretly wish I was a Psyker.
That's a lie. Lying is heretical.
It's Poul who set this up! Heresy!
Poul will remember this. Okay, so you can't see where they are. You can blind fire, but obviously the DN's going to be much harder.
She just starts screaming, "Heresy abound! Heresy!"
Okay. Anything else you want to do?
No,
You
because
used your action, you used your free action.
she was in a car, it vanished underneath her. It vanished, she's surrounded by mist, a missile's gone off. Her friend has just charged off into the distance, and all she knows is just there's a fucking Psyker with her. She's going, "Heresy! Heresy!" And she thinks it's like demons abound, and just covered in mist.
Absolutely lost their cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Anything else, or are you happy to move on to the next one?
I'm just checking through my talents, my abilities.
Sure.
No, not that. No. Can't use them.
Okay. Cool. Right, so it is our turn. Okay, so it's going to be these gentlemen over here, or one of these gentlemen over here. Is going to hear the roar of the chainsaw and going to open fire towards Gerhart. Please hold.
Your call is very important to us. Please hold.
Right, there it is. So it's going to be a DN 5 because we're still in thingy. So, out of the mist, you start seeing red lasers shooting through towards Gerhart, and Gerhart, some of them. 10 damage. Gerhart, one of them pierces through your armor. You take some damage. Right. It is Paul's turn.
He would probably shout towards the screaming Sister Argenta and just say, "Calm yourself, sister, there's more danger about. It is not me." And I'm just gonna move laterally to my full distance down the road. Just to try and sort of take advantage of the mist and put myself in a position where I wasn't previously. And then all I'm going to do at the moment, considering I also heard Gerhart say there's 20 targets, I'm just going to quickly do a telekinetic dome on myself.
Okay.
Hopefully it succeeds.
That's a lot of good dice. Okay. You can apply telekinetic dome.
I will.
Let's just make sure that's...
It looks like it has.
That's all. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
So what is it that I can do on a round? I can... There's a free action.
Action.
Which I've done.
Free action.
Done.
Simple action.
So what's a... I guess my free action was to just quickly tell Sister Argenta to chill out.
Yeah, free action talking. Simple action would be like trying to do a test, trying to spy something, or see if there's anything in the environment that might help you, or, you know, that kind of stuff.
Okay, I mean, I guess I would try and sort of peer through the veil of the mist to see if I can get eyes on our assailants.
Okay, give us a...
While I'm moving.
Awareness test then, please. DN will be 5 once again, because it's 3 plus the 2.
Oh, I'm not going to succeed. I've got a dice pool of 4.
A 4? You could succeed on that. But you do not.
Oh.
Why? Why say that? You can, but you didn't.
You could succeed, but you didn't. Okay, that's
cool.
Your turn.
At least there's no negative complications with
that. Right, so it's these turns now. One of this person is going to do an awareness test as well. Plus 2, which they are 100% not going to succeed. And they call out, they say, "Can anyone see where they went? Why, we weren't expecting rain this time of the year. Where did it go? Where are those bastards?" And they will end their turn. You then have the Astra Militarum, who's on your side. He's going to do his awareness test as well. Oh, he passes.
Hello, cat.
Oh, well done you. So, the guard trooper, hearing Gerhart's call and readying his weapon, pulling his Raziel back after his Torex just disappearing, he is going to take a shot. Shots land.
Ooh.
Shots
Nice.
hit. Oh no, wrong one.
Hey guys, he's already dead!
So this Astra Militarum guy with his lasgun starts shooting off into the distance, and Gerhart, to your left, you hear the sound of a body hit the floor. This guy is dead, taking out combat. This guy's all
Nice.
go, and then from. Oh wait, no, that's the end. Okay, so that is the round.
Oh!
So,
Which means now we do this.
as a bit of combat goes, the mist that once surrounded you dissipates, and you, in front of you, especially Gerhart, but most people now be able to see this, in front of you are some civilians. They are dressed in simple clothes, plain rags, a little bit of leather work, nothing fancy. They've clearly got some Astra Militarum weapons, las guns, the missile launchers, things that look very out of place on them. And on a few of them, they have various markings of a sun, either tattooed or scarred into their flesh. Gerhart.
Okay, as a free action, I believe it is, I would like to roll determination to reduce my wounds.
That's cool.
Unless you've got an ability, I don't think you can do that.
I was reading it just before. Apparently, it's either a simple or a free action. You and your allies have that something special. The guts required to snatch glory from the darkness, and can occasionally shrug off blows that would fell others. Maybe the God Emperor, blah blah blah, fluff. You can roll determination whenever you suffer one or more wounds to convert them into shock. Roll a number of dice equal to your toughness. Every icon you roll reduces the number of wounds you suffer by 1, and causes you to suffer 1 shock.
I thought, and this is just me getting used to the rolls, I thought you could only roll that if the damage die equaled your resilience.
So determination is to turn wounds into shock. So this must be a different mechanic. So this is literally the mechanic is
wounds by rolling determination, page 196.
Yeah.
Determination.
Equal to toughness. What the fuck does that mean?
Please hold corner. When you choose to roll determination, follow these steps. Roll a dice pool equal to your toughness attribute. Count the total icons. Each icon. Yaka equals. It's just been hit by heavy stubber.
Yeah, I have determination 3 in my injuries column in my character sheet.
Yeah, no, James is right. James is right. So, you can roll toughness, and each icon will recover 1 wound, and give you shock instead. And look at that! Oh, you got a 6 on your. So, with the crit on the wrath die, I will say you gain your wound back, but you don't get the shock.
Yay!
Okay? So you gain your wound back, and you don't get the shock. I will give you that. Cool. So that's your simple action. That's your free action.
It's supposed to be. I think it's free because I read it was free, and then I'm looking at the little cheat sheet for combat, and it says it has no. It doesn't, like all the rest say use an action, use this, and that one just says roll. So it's got no action. Yeah.
Well, that happens then. There you go. So, your superhuman ability to coagulate your blood very quickly, the wound very, very quickly heals over, the blood coagulates, and you feel much better.
Nice. Oh, and just I'm supposed to have 6 shock, but I have 5 for some reason. As per the my built guy on the website.
Have a look at that at the end of the session.
Nice. Okay, so what I'll do then is now I look around, I kind of take a big breath, I go resolve myself, and my green eyes fix on the group in front of me, and I kind of with my left hand I go and fly into range with the mob here.
Nice. So there are 6 mobs. There are 6 people in front of you. Sorry, 9. There are 9 people in front of you. You are welcome to multi-attack if you want. Or...
Now, I was just reading about mobs. Is each mob has 1 wound each, right? So for each wound they take, that's 1 person down.
Only if you multi-attack. So each one has 1 wound. If you multi-attack and hit, 1 wound takes down for each one you hit. But if you just hit normally and you make 1 wound, you just kill 1 person.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. That's weird. Okay.
Oh, so we slowly whittle these down unless you can like multi-hit then.
That was how I read it.
Well, I mean, we're all learning, to be fair.
Yeah, because it says here, someone was talking about it. They went, "That's weird." Because someone goes, "That's weird." If you give someone a mob, that makes them easier than if they were just a single target. Then someone goes, "That's the whole point of mobs. A single attack can take out several."
Okay.
What page are we looking at for these rules? Maybe I can have a look. Or like see what my see how I interpret the rules.
Mob.
Yeah, so someone goes, yes, that's the intention. There's 3 reasons for it. Takes way less time to work during combat. So someone goes, I'm not sure how we're going to use mobs. So
damage against multiple targets. Attacking a mob is 202.
Yeah, they get some extra dice.
Each individual in the mob has a single wound. Shooting at a mob is like making a regular attack. Declare it an individual target in the mob, then make a test in it. If your icons equal the mob's defense, you hit and roll damage as normal. If you do more damage than the mob's resilience, your target dies. If your icons exceed the mob's defense, you hit oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. So it's resilience. Okay, so we were both kind of wrong. So roll to attack.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit and you do 4 damage, 1 of them dies. If you do 5 damage, because they've got a resilience of 4, sorry, I should make that clear. So they've got a resilience of 4. If you roll a 4 on the damage, 1 of them dies. If you roll a 5 on the damage, 2 of them die. If you roll a 6 on the damage, 3 of them die.
Gotcha.
So for
Okay.
every wound over their resilience, rather than, for everyone over their resilience. So yeah, we were kind of both there. Kind of.
Nice.
Or James then.
Okay, so I have to all-out attack because I'm berserk.
Yep.
And berserk gives me extra strength, which I have right now.
Wonder how many dice you're about to roll.
So let's see, and I get plus 2 ED.
Dice.
The extra dice, and plus the Space Marine thing. Okay, so it should be
extra dice just for the Space Marine.
Yeah. Okay, so it should be that.
Get all of those.
Okay, so you break through.
I'm gonna re-roll 2 as well with my Blood Angel thing. Reroll selected. There you go.
Okay,
oh,
now roll to damage.
Okay.
Okay. 13 damage. So, James, describe your slaughter.
Oh, how many do I kill?
They are all dead.
Oh,
So they had so you did 13 damage. They added 4 to resilience, so you did 9 damage. There's 9 ones.
Oh shit, that's bang on.
He took out exactly the mob. Holy moly.
I see the 9 in front of me, and I leap forward to them. They're kind of las pistols firing, some bouncing off the polders and the chest armor, bouncing off my armor, not doing any damage. And as I get into the center of them, all you can see from a distance is "Wah!" and hearing "Wah!" There's like a kind of a blur of white and red as arcs of spray and limbs in a circle just. And once the mist kind of dissipates, there's Gerhart in the center going.
Fucking terrible.
Covered in blood.
I don't know if. Yeah, I'm already berserker, I suppose. So I don't have to.
I will say that the remaining guys over here are going to have to do a leadership test. I'm going to say it's a DN4.
Oh. They did not.
So,
They did not succeed.
the remaining 10 civilians, seeing this utter slaughter, start just murmuring to themselves, by the Emperor, what is it? Why? Oh God, they're not meant to be here.
Oh no.
And
Oh no!
I'm gonna say that at least 3 of them run away at this point, and the remaining are feared because of
Damn.
that warp interference.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So, anything else you want to do? Yeah.
If there's a tree right next to me, I'd place myself up. Actually, no, I have to, as a berserk, I have to go as close as I can to them. Yeah, I can't do that. So I moved here, that's 1. So even though I can't attack, after I do my arcing and circle with my blade swinging and all the body parts flying, I instantly go into a full tilt run towards the other 7.
Wow.
Wow.
These poor guys.
I know.
I have to do it.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, you do.
My hands are tied. I have to. I simply must.
I mean, I like it. Yeah, I have to do it. Yeah, and I'll pass my turn. I think that's all I can do.
Nice.
But when I get to them as a free action, I'm not even speaking. My eyes are fully dilated. There's some slight redness in my eyes, and I'm looking down at all of them, going breathing in, almost like. Have you ever seen what's that Will Smith movie with the vampire zombie guys?
Oh, I'm
Legend.
Legend.
I'm Legend.
Yeah.
I am not.
I'm doing I'm super eyes dilated, and my chest is going as I'm looking at them in a near berserk stage. Yeah.
Okay. Right, so, unless someone's going to try and seize the initiative again, it is these guys' turn. And they're going to have to make a resolve test. What's your intimidation? 3. Okay, so it's going to be a DN3 to resolve.
Uni.
Yeah, sorry, I was just...
Plus the Space Marine, it's 4 apparently, but I don't know if that's
Okay, we'll do 4. So they are terrified. They are going to use as much movement speed as possible to run away, which will allow you to do a reflexive action.
I would like to do a reflexive action.
Cool. So, in front of you are whimpering, terrified civilians. Go for it.
God. If I wasn't berserk, I wouldn't do that.
I know.
Fuck!
And it's not my turn. I don't have the opportunity to do my free action to speak yet.
Blood angels, man. Fuck. Do I have to do an all-out attack on reflexive actions? I'm supposed to, right? Berserk.
I don't know 100%, but I would have thought your frenzied, your berserk, you have the opportunity to attack, therefore you must take it.
Right, of course. Yeah. So that's supposed to be... Excuse me, why are you doing that? So it's 1 plus 2. That's there we go. Sorry.
In a galaxy of trillions.
That's a lot of missing.
Holy moly, that's
Wow.
lucky.
I'm gonna use Wrath.
I mean, the thing is, you still
That's
hit.
very unlucky.
You did still
Oh.
hit.
Oh, right.
You only
What?
hit 1/6. Wow.
The DN's
They
only
only have 1
one.
defense.
Oh.
So you
I'm
did
just
still
gonna-
hit.
I'm gonna use my, the Blood Angel thing, and do the reroll the 2, because, you know, why not?
Sure.
Another 2 and a 1. Favorite numbers in the world, by the way, so that's fine. I'm happy with that. Cool.
Okay. James,
Yeah.
talk to me. What do you do to these people? How do you end their suffering?
I wanted to question them.
I go behind them, grab 2 of them, pin them together like a sandwich, and run my chainsaw through them, eviscerating them both. I grab another guy, take his head off. I run over to another, cleave both of his knees, his legs at the knees with the chainsaw, and then finally, for the last, I kind of just put the chainsaw into another one's guts and just let it run. It's just the blood's going splashing my face. I'm like,
Wow. Okay. Congratulations. You've dispatched the ne'er-do-wells.
I guess I'm just gonna stop holding on to my telekinetic dome, I guess.
So,
you know.
Oh shit, no, get rid of that.
let me paint you the picture.
Paint.
Let me paint you the picture. You have stopped at a traffic light. The engine trundling away. Noises in the forest. A missile launcher starts flying towards your vehicle, whirling off in the complete wrong direction. But as the missile launcher is ejected, your Torex warps, bends, molds, and slowly dissipates into prismatic light as the evil god Zinch decides to mess with you mere mortals. You land on the dusky tarmac. Gerhart's immediately on the edge. He knows that someone has taken a shot at him. He identifies the threat, rushes into the forest. Poul tries to control the powers of the warp, but just is completely overpowered by the chaos gods. These extra energies pour out of your eyes up through the floor as a heavy, dank mist surrounds the entire area, shrouding you completely, making it almost impossible to see. Sister Argenta, in the distance, you hear the roar of a chain axe, the squelching of blood, and the eviscerating of bone. Your instincts, you know that these are heretical powers, these are powerful, far beyond that a sanctioned Psyker should be able to do. Your suspicions are immediately arose, and the finger lays squarely with one person. As the mist starts to dissipate, you look over to the forest, the source of the noise, and you see Gerhart standing in a pool of blood and offal, with not a civilian in sight. If anyone cared to look behind them, I don't think you can. That's my bad. If anyone cares to look behind them,
I care.
they would see a toiled farm, a toiled plot of land in the distance, where thousands of civilians stand watching in awe, in abject horror at the scene that befalls them. As they
You
all
should be able to multi-select or like drag and drop select, and then do everything.
Yeah, I think the Cronus builder makes like knee-high fences as a full wall.
You should, yeah. You know that now. So next time you can like multi-select all of them, double-click, and then just change them into like windows or something.
Yeah. So yeah, that is the scene that you are in. I know it's 11:30, so I'm happy to continue on for a little bit, but if you want to cut it off, that's fine as well. I'll leave it up to you guys.
However this goes, Argenta's got her bolter aimed right at this moment.
At Poul, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, play it out. What happens?
Poul, I told you to keep yourself in check. What in holy terror was that?
So this now lets me ask the question I wanted to ask you, Tom. As a Psyker, having experienced this overwhelming power just now, can I identify the source? Or like, would I recognize this to be one of the gods?
Ooh, okay. So,
But maybe not necessarily exactly which god, but a god or something. I'm not sure.
For free, I would say that this is an insanely powerful psychic ability, far above anything you've probably felt before. I'll give you that for free.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to try and identify it, I will cautiously allow you to do... I'll cautiously allow you to do a psychic mastery test. DN will be 8 again.
Okay.
But then you'll have to do a scholar test afterwards.
Okay.
So, psychic mastery, DN 8.
Okay.
I will for free also tell you that probing willy-nilly into the warp is often not a good idea.
Oh, so me trying to identify this would be probing into the warp.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul wouldn't,
probing
Paul
stuff
wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Because
Paul would not do that.
You felt the feelings.
Yeah.
You knew what you felt. You knew what
Yeah.
happened. If you try to identify it, you're trying to bring that feeling back. You're inviting that feeling back into your mind space.
Paul
and
will
by
not do that.
inviting it
Absolutely.
in, you can get bad things happen.
No, okay, yeah. Paul wouldn't do that.
But
Paul
again,
would yeah.
player discretion. You can do what you want. I'm just
No, I know. But like, now that I understand that mechanically, Paul would not do that.
Cool.
Right. Okay. So Paul would go. He'd have his hands up, and he'd put his staff down slowly, and he'd say, "Sister Argenta, do I strike you right now as a man out of control?"
Whatever just happened was beyond mortal kind, and the only people I know
Exactly.
that can do
Beyond-
what just happened is your disgusting kind.
We are still mortal. And you are right, this is beyond mortal kind. I have my papers. On it are detailed my abilities. This is not something within my... This is not something that I am able to do. For what it's worth, I tried to stop it from happening. Something beyond the warp invited itself in this moment and overpowered me. I am still in control of myself, my faculties. In the name of the Emperor, it was not me. And then he's kind of like glancing between you and Gerhart, taking into account the absolute slaughter and bloodbath that Gerhart is like stood within. Is like, we have important things to do.
Well, how in our Emperor's name are we going to get about when we have no vehicle?
Soldier, do you have a radio?
I have a Vox, but it was in the Taurox, sir. We're not going to get any good range out here. My one in the ear, it's short range. We need a repeater. That won't be till we get to the ad blocks.
I can see James has his hand up.
Back turned while this is happening. There's like blood all over me, and my back's turned, so I'm going. And I look at my hand, there's blood over it. And I turn around, kind of like Patrick Bateman, and I slick my hair back and like. We have 2 legs. We're going to have to use them. We cannot stay here. My Fox is only short range. I cannot call in anyone else. But if there's more of these people out here, we're going to have to keep an eye and both ears open. As he's like wiping off blood off his face, his eyebrows.
I admire your zealotry, but if I see any more heresy like this again, he will taste the Emperor's wrath. As she trains her bolter at him, and then just slowly lowers it down.
It cannot be proven here that Poul was the source of this power. Stranger things have happened. I have seen war, and I have seen strange things, and not always a Psyker has been involved. Without definitive proof, this would be murder. If Poul is truly falling to the warp, he would need to be judged appropriately. We dispense justice, not murder. As he's still wiping blood off his face.
Paul, let me inspect your flesh to see for any sign. See,
Signs of what?
I wish to see if you have any markings of the heretical forces.
Okay, yeah. No, it's just because your audio cut off. I didn't know what that, like, the second to last word in your sentence
he
was.
said heresy. Heresy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing to hide.
So, Paul, I will say,
Uh-huh.
if you were to comply with this, that would involve you stripping.
Dicks out.
He would have no choice.
You've always got a choice.
Well, yeah, but, like, these are my betters. They have told me to prove myself, and so I will.
You've been told that they're your betters.
And I'm indoctrinated. I've been heavily trained into this and been forced willfully into a mental state that the training dictates will prove that I will be kept safe
Yeah, that's fine. So you
within
are
my
complying.
abilities to warp. I am complying.
Okay, fine. So Paul spends some time slowly unbuttoning his shirt, his clothes, taking them off. I assume, Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe putting them in a neat pile, or would you just chuck them onto the floor?
He would make the conscious effort. Like, all of his movements in this moment is calm, slow, but what's the word I'm looking for? Defined, for want of a better word, defined.
Yeah,
Purposeful.
yeah, I get you.
And he will be folding his clothes as he does it.
Cool.
Folding your clothes neatly is a surefire way to show that you are disciplined. In the eyes of the pious, showing that you are disciplined could save your life.
She takes note.
Sister Argenta, are you happy with this? You are welcome to do some sort of investigation test.
I assume there's no signs of it, or is? All right, I'll do a check.
How thorough are you being? Is it
What do you mean by?
Are you glancing over Paul's naked body, or are you like spread legs, arms up? Like, are you getting up there?
Oh, she would like lift each of his arms and then looks from head to toe.
Cool. DN4 investigation.
Investigation.
Yeah, you are investigating their body.
Is that?
Underneath intimidation, above leadership, at the bottom.
There we go.
Left-hand column near the bottom.
There we go.
With a DN4, you succeed, and with a critical dice, I will tell you for absolute certainty that there is not a single scrap of heretical corruption on Paul's body.
Do I meet with your set specifications, sister? He's like stood now, fully naked, with jaw set closed. You can almost see like his jaw muscles tensing as he's like standing with as much pride as he can muster.
Your compliance is commendable, Paul. But when it comes to the ruinous powers, we must all have a very vigilant stance. There can be no inches or quarters, or we will all fall.
Do not doubt that the teachings of the Scholasticum are not aware of this. we more than most are aware of that. Only those deemed fully capable of controlling the warp are even allowed to become sanctioned.
Well, speaking of the warp, Paul, you may get dressed. Is there anything you could discern from the glorious corpses that our Lord has left over there?
Me?
Well,
I did not get a good look at them before they were decimated.
I was worrying they would fire upon the citizens. I had to act quickly.
If
Is
it
that
was a subtle,
deception?
that's when you roll.
is that deception?
No. I love the citizens. I love them so much with my chain axe in their stomachs.
Heresy only has one punishment, your lordship, and it is death. But we may be able to ascertain something from their remains.
Agreed.
Meanwhile, Paul is getting redressed.
And after you get dressed, Paul, Gerhart's he's like looking at you, and he puts his gauntleted hand on your shoulder. Doesn't say anything, but just goes, just a little bit of like a nod, like a almost like reassuring, or kind of like everything's okay, it's fine.
And
Paul is unsure
Almost-
whether or not
almost
he
sympathetic.
will. Yeah, Paul's unsure whether or not he will nod back. He's not had someone of your stature and size treat him in this way.
Yeah, you see there's this hint of sympathy there, almost like a kinship of, almost like kindred spirits in a way, like almost like a deep understanding that is not said out loud, and maybe a little bit of sadness.
Okay. Paul will ruminate on this.
from across the road, you hear the angry shouts of "Get back to work, you scam!" as Nine Tails are heard cracking against the backs of hundreds of agri-hands who'd stopped and stared to watch at the slaughter, the display, the absolute bizarrity of it all, now punished for their lackluster and slack behaviours. "It's nothing you haven't seen before! Get back to work! You'll all be docked for this!" And with that, we'll end tonight's session.
That was wild combat. Is that like a normal thing, like the gods interfere? Like, how regular is that to happen?
I think we were just unlucky, because that's presumably on a random roll table.
That was on a random roll table. Let me see what.
That was fucking wild for the very
was
first
wild.
combat.
That was
That was
really wild.
fucking insane. Right, I'm gonna stop this. Oh, I've made it worse.
Consider tone set.
Yeah. Yeah.
Complication.
See, okay, I didn't know how Gerhart really worked in combat until just now. It's way worse than I thought it was going to be. Oh no, once he goes berserk, there's no reasoning, I don't think. I think that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you are this super being, just can do unbelievable things, but you have your penalties, you have your downsides.
Yeah.
I guess
I think-
as you get experience, you can slowly spend them on more willpower.
Hmm.
And I've also forgot at the end of your turns, or either at the start or the end, you can roll another willpower check to fight it.
Oh,
I forgot to
Okay,
do
good.
that.
Yeah, good to know
Yeah.
for the future.
Yeah.
When do ruin dice get involved?
so
I think it's whenever
I
he
choose
wants.
when I want to use ruin dice. So if I
Okay.
was trying to be, I don't know how much I like the idea of ruin die, if I'm honest, because it's sort of like if I don't like the outcome of a roll, I can use a ruin die to make it better. But then
It's your
kind
version of Wrath, right?
Yeah, it's my version of Wrath. But it's
Okay.
like the whole point. If I use ruin die, it's kind of like me against you. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Which isn't. Seems,
Just use it very pettily. For just use it. Just be very petty with it. Maybe Zinch is the main foil behind all of this, and he does a lot of shit for the lols.
Yeah.
We do an investigation check to try and find some food because we're very hungry. Haha! Ruin.
Yeah.
I mean, it could
yeah.
be. We could just use it as a meme die, or like whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think go with what feels right. I suppose like I have no idea what's going to happen in this campaign, but
Yeah.
if like a big bad happens to be like of a certain kind of power or ability, and he's like, I guess you could treat it as maybe
I see it more as like legendary reaction.
yeah, like like a legendary resistance. Or a
Yeah.
legendary
It's not the
reaction.
kind of thing I'd want to use on just a bunch of like who gives a fucks.
Mooks.
Like
Yeah.
it would be for
Who gives a fucks?
it would
Yeah.
be for important scenarios where I want you to feel like this person's terrifying. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
But yay!
Yeah,
Well
that
done,
was-
Tom.
that was
really
amazing.
good. You
That was
fucking
amazing.
smashed it, mate.
Yeah.
That was really, really good. Like really,
That
really
was
good.
so good. That was so.